freeze or go ahead and deduct.
Even before now, there was a time Priya and I were having a talk that there was this publication that came out that banks have been given the right that if you are owing a particular institution, they can deduct that. And I remember Priya strongly saying that the banks themselves cannot do that. They need a court order because you cannot go into anybody's account and remove money without that person's permission. You need that court order. That person has to also be in the know of what is. That is what privacy is. We need to start taking privacy very serious. So, while they might be able to do that, I don't know the legality of it.
He is saying they can't do that until there's a court order. Oyedele is saying that we can't do that until there's a court order.
But this is Nigeria.
This is Nigeria. Okay. Now, this is Nigeria and things will work. The last time we were talking about this particular tax issue, I was talking to Toby and I told him, hey, let's prepare for troubleshooting. But he wasn't having that. He was saying that people should get informed and do the right thing. I say, yes, but it doesn't matter. When we build an app, there is a particular section. Their job is just to spoil it and find solutions to fix it. So we prepare to debug. So next year, we are really going to prepare to debug issues that has to do with the taxing. Let's get to aviation. Aviation, yes. Nigerian Aviation and Nigerian Airlines, they refunded over 1 billion naira to passengers in 3 months. Domestic airlines in Nigeria refunded over 1 billion naira to passengers between May and July of 2025. According to data from the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority, marking significant progress in consumer protection enforcement. These particular refunds were triggered by flight delays, cancellations, and schedule disruptions, with NCAA pushing operators to unfold and on-hold passengers' rights through stricter monitoring and penalties. Officials are also saying that the growing volume of refunds reflects both improved compliance by airlines and rising awareness among travelers about their entitlement under aviation regulation. Refunds of over 1 billion naira.
We can do more.
When you say can do more, define doing more. Like
more regulations, more sanctions.
More regulations, more sanctions.
Yes.
On the side of the airlines or on the side of the passengers?
On the side of the airlines.
Okay.
Yes, because this particular move will build public trust. Because whether we like it or not, some people even get to the airport probably a night before, so that they don't miss them. We are Nigerians. We know how it is if you are traveling abroad. You are there 6 hours or 7 hours before that time, so that in case of any incasity, like we always say, you are there on time. Okay. And to now be told that your flight was delayed or cancelled, you can't imagine the trauma for business people who have meetings.
Local flight. These are local flights.
Local flight.
You're talking about international flights.
That's now for local flights, for people who have business meetings, appointments to meet up with, and you are delaying that flight or you are cancelling that flight. I've seen airports whereby people start to fight with airport officials. You can imagine the anger that, oh, I'm supposed to be at so place at so time, and I'm here. So with this refund, with sanctions and restrictions and policies in place, it will put the airlines on their toes so that they will do their necessary checks. I see no reason why, if a plane is coming from Abuja to Lagos as it's landing, some form of check is done to ensure that the plane is okay, that every other thing is okay before it takes any other passenger back.
They have all that, so that's not the passenger's bill.
Yes, I understand. So I'm talking about preemptive or proactive.
Definitely.
Being proactive. So if the airlines actually being proactive, a lot of things would be curtailed.
Okay. But what about issues when there are times when there are just issues that are issues and delay will happen?
Maybe
or cancellations will happen, or there are times when disruptions will happen.
Yes.
So at those particular points in time, how do you appeal to the passenger? How do you get the passenger to understand that these are issues beyond our control? They are bound to happen.
Well, one of the things they can do, they can give some incentives. Okay, we're sorry, your flight has to be rescheduled, but a courtesy of this, we can give you certain things. We can give you discounts on your next flight, or you can access our VIP lounge. We can give you free certain meals. We can do so many things. You know, Nigerians, we like freebies a lot. So you can think of things that...
Human beings like freebies.
Okay, but Nigerians having such...
Human beings like freebies.
You know, so
just Nigeria.
Human beings. So you can think of ways, you know, to just pacify that person. Because whether I like
pacify the customer.
Pacify the customer. You know, because whether I like it or not, he is angry and, you know, he wants solution. And nothing like you saying, okay, we are sorry. That also matters. We are sorry.
Okay. Now, if they say we are sorry, now let's get to this other sin, international carriers and the way they treat Nigerians. Should we start seeing this sanction melted out to them? ×2 of what's melted out to people?
So I'm thinking under whose jurisdiction, the IATA or the...
NCA. They are the ones that will stand for the Nigerians.
Okay.
They are the ones that should stand for Nigerians.
Yes. I think more sanctions need to go for these international airlines because experiences that Nigerians have shared when traveling, especially when there's stopover, other passengers of certain color are allowed to access certain things, but while some Nigerians are just, they stay here. You know, those kind of things can really, really make people tense. So I think sanctions, yes, should be done for them also because whether I like it or not, they are making a whole lot of money from Nigerians. Nigerians travel a lot. If you go to the airport right now, the influx at the airport, you would let you know that, you know, Nigerians travel a whole lot. So it's a sector that is really good, that will continue to make profit. But then again, we cannot always bring down the hammer on the airlines too, because they have they have their own challenges. I mean, there's aviation fuels, scarcity, monopoly, and all that. There's taxes. And, you know, it's being said that it's almost 50% to almost nothing profit they make. So that house has to be looked at.
They make profit.
They make profit.
A lot of profit.
A lot of profit. They do. But the taxes and every other thing is also there. So we also have to try to meet them in the middle. Okay, so we will make sure this is happening, but you also have to live to your own promises.
Good. So foreign airlines treat Nigerians the way you will treat any other customer that is coming from any other side of the globe. If you will treat them right, then Nigerians deserve to be treated right too.
Definitely.
Good. And NCAA, please. You started a good job. Don't stop halfway. Now, this is more like a public service announcement. Lagos State is having festivals. Now, Lagos State is telling us to tell you that there will be road closures and traffic disruptions ahead of Eyo Festival. Lagos State government has issued a traffic advisory ahead of the Eyo Festival scheduled for Saturday, this Saturday, December 27th. They are urging you motorists to expect road closures and significant congestions around Lagos Island. The government advised residents and visitors to use alternative routes and public transportation. Please, public transportation as possessions and processions and festivities will affect major roads, including the Marina, Broad Street, and other adjoining areas. Authorities say traffic management officers will be deployed across the area to control movement, while security personnel will ensure order during the cultural event, which is expected to draw large crowds. So wherever you are, if you have business in Lagos Island on Saturday and you can shift it, please do. But if you have to move around Lagos Island, try and use public transport and avoid all inner roads on Lagos Island. Avoid. Are you going to be at your festival?
Yes, I should be there. I like this kind of festival. Anything that has to do with Lagos Festival, I love it. The Fanti Carnival also that was done, also I was there. The Eyo, of course, I will always be there.
How can we plan this for the next, I know it's not a year, this particular one is not yearly, but how can we plan this into a season for tourism where a lot of things that happen here are things people only read in books or see in documentaries, and they want to witness it live. And that means a lot of funds for Lagos State, for people coming into Lagos State. How can we plan this into a tourism schedule for Lagos State?
It actually is, because right now I can tell you a lot of hotels will be booked. A lot of people are coming in. the real Lagosians, the real indigenes of Lagos Island will be coming in. Now, each family, they have a representative who wears that regalia, that Eyo regalia, who carries the Yoruba and every other thing. Each family will nominate someone, and it's a big event. My family, from my mother's side, you know, someone is there. So that's why I said,
did he nominate you?
No. So that's why I have to be there, you know, to represent my family and also to just spend time and enjoy ourselves. It's a beautiful festival. I've read about it. It's not fetish like people always say. It's not really fetish. It's just a celebration of culture, heritage, descendants, the real descendants of Lagos Island. You know, that's it. And you know, the procession starts. You know, they pay homages to certain people, certain dignitaries, and all that. It's a beautiful event. It's a beautiful. It's colorful. Yes, very colorful. The regalias, the houses, the Eyo. They have their. I know their Damorisha and all that. They have their colors, which signify certain things. So it's, yeah, for those who don't know, I think you can do a bit of study and you find out it's beautiful. The Eyo Festival is beautiful. It's major. That's why Lagos State is involved. It's major. We're celebrating Lagos. Eko, Isale Eko.
On Saturday, now a lot of businesses are going to thrive. A lot of auxiliary businesses, things that are connected to transport, to flights, to hotels, to a lot of businesses are going to thrive, and we look forward to growing this to way bigger than it is right now. So it doesn't matter where you are. If you can't come in person and get yourself to Lagos, then try to look for streaming services that will definitely show what's going to happen. We at SOUQ will broadcast some of the events that will be happening. So hey, stay locked on SOUQ Television. We enjoy and we'll tell you we grow Nigeria together, the business side of it, the development side of it, and the financial side of it. Now, let's get to more things that concern us. People have talked about reparation for a very long time. But now let's look at some historical justice that is about happening. Algeria are demanding 1 apology and 2 reparation from France over colonial rule. Algeria is definitely on the right side. Now, Algeria's parliament has passed a bill urging France to issue a formal apology and pay reparations for the country's 132 years of colonial rule between 1830 and 1962. The bill approved on Wednesday highlights the deep scars left by French occupation, including violence, exploitation, cultural erasure. Lawmakers said the move is necessary for historical justice and national healing. While France has acknowledged some aspects of its colonial past, it has stopped short of offering a full apology or financial reparations, financial compensations. Now, the new Algerian law could further strain diplomatic relations between the two countries. This is where we are as we speak.
Algeria's bailing the cat.
Algeria is really bailing the cat.
It's a good one because for those who have not been to the slave camp at Badagry, I think you should go there and you would understand why Algeria is coming out to say, you know, we need compensation for 132 years. I don't even know how many years we were under colonial rule. It's quite sad, but we are happy that, you know, we're out of colonialism, even though some people still believe that we have that colonial mentality still within us, and somehow world powers are still controlling certain African countries. You know, that's why the Sahel came together. That's why we're seeing a lot of military coups and here and whatnot. Even France is still, you know, trying to, you know, dabble into African countries and all that. So, you know, it's a sense of realization that these people have done a whole lot to us. They've depleted our resources. They've done so many things, damage. In as much as Algeria wants this reparations and all that, they also need to find a way to heal.
Definitely.
Because this is out of being scarred, this is out of bitterness. I won't say bitterness, but they need to find a way to heal and move forward and look at how they can also try and be better. whether France would yield to this, I don't know. Maybe the ICC might have to step in and all that.
International Criminal Court?
They might have to step, but I don't see that happening.
International Criminal Court controlled by who? Okay. At least for the first time, we'll see a country as a whole coming out to stand and say, this is what we want.
Yes.
I want to also see that happening in several African countries.
Yes.
Because several African countries bore the brunt of colonization negatively, way too negatively in some particular African countries. A lot of the development that happened had to be stopped and destroyed as a warning to others, just because they called for independence. And we want to see countries deal with other countries as independent entities. I think that matters a whole lot to Africa.
Yes.
And on this particular note, I want to say thank you very much. Remember, it's Christmas. It's Christmas. Show some love, like Olumide said. Love yourself first, because if you don't love yourself, I would just wonder how can you love the next person. We'll be leaving, but we will leave you with this particular report done by Oyin Priye Kromale on Christmas and beautiful Christmas lighting. And a whole lot of guests that have walked through the doors of SOUQ News and also trying to wish you some good Christmas and what Christmas means to them. Remember, go out there, show kindness, show love. And also, like we said, if you know anybody or have people that have businesses around the Lagos Island where the fire, call them up, talk to them, and any form of way you can use in consoling them, we'll be grateful if you do. We love you from we and the family in SOUQ News Television and the entire Femi Wash crew. We'll say have yourself a very beautiful Christmas. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ.
It's been a wonderful morning. Like I said earlier on, Christmas is a season of love, regardless of religion, culture, or ethnicity. It's just a season of love. Let's share love. Whether you have money in your pockets or not, it's still good that you are here and would also be here next year. Let's be safe. Let's be vigilant. Let's report any unsuspicious movement. Let's also make sure that we look after one another. Wind down the year. Special thanks to everyone who has been with us. I can't say more than that. Let's just be our brother's keeper, and patriotism should be our watchword from here on. I am Olumide Shokoya. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that links to first of all be rebranded.
Interest said is going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigerian content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizens promises. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Across Africa, movement has always defined life. From the ancient camel caravans that crossed the Sahara to the aircraft that now fill the skies. Migration has always been the heartbeat of connection, resilience, and transformation. The same purpose that once drove traders across deserts now guides planes across continents, linking people, commerce, and dreams. Centuries ago, caravans carried salt, gold, and ideas from the empires of Mali and Songhai to the Swahili coast. These routes were Africans' first highway paths of trade and culture that built civilizations long before modern borders. Traders were more than merchants. They were bridges between worlds. Today's aviation routes are faster, but they follow the same spirit, the desire to connect. Then came colonization, which reshaped Africans' movements. Borders were drawn, people displaced, and millions forced into labor. What migration once united, colonization divided. Yet, today's aviation is helping to reconnect what history once tore apart, linking cities, nations, and families through the skies. After independence, movement took new forms from rural to urban migration. Students seeking knowledge abroad to refugees fleeing conflicts. Africa's people still move, not from weakness, but from hope because mobility is survival. From the caravans to aircrafts, Africans' journey has always been one of motion and meaning. The skies that once watched history now carries new dreams. I am Alice Patrick. you're watching Across Borders. Stay tuned for more insights.
Today, industry leaders, innovators, and policymakers gathered in Lagos for the African Credit Expo 2025, a major event pushing for stronger financial inclusion and credit access across the continent.
Thank you for joining us.
Held at the Landmark Event Center, the expo carried the theme Empowering Possibilities and brought together players in digital finance, lending, trade, and small business development. The opening session set the tone, with organizers emphasizing the expo is more than an event. It's a movement aimed at reshaping Africa's financial future.
You know that Lagos is the biggest economy in Nigeria. It is the biggest in terms of human population. Lagos is a gateway to Africa. Lagos is Nigeria and Africa's pride. We are proud to be Lagosians. Thank you very much. On behalf of the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, and the people of this great state, I extend a warm welcome to all participants, sponsors, and organizers here present today. I acknowledge the visionary credit registry, Nigeria's pioneering credit bureau.
To deepen the conversation around credit access and responsible lending, the special guest of honor and founder of Credit Registry engaged with journalists on the sidelines of the event. Taiwo Ayedu, who also pioneered the Nigeria Private Credit Bureau industry and chairman of the Credit Bureau Association of Nigeria, is known to have played a key role to introducing the BVN system to the Central Bank of Nigeria and other notable reform in the Nigerian financial industry.
Is to basically try to educate Nigerians and Africans eventually to have a level of financial literacy to understand the responsible use of credit. Credit is a very, very empowering tool. Before even we know what is formal credit, we've been borrowing and lending for time immemorial anyway, right? So it's not a new thing. It's just that at scale, there's a need to have systems and infrastructure in place to make credit scale, to make sure that if you're living in Agege, you can take credit in, say, Victoria Island. If you're living in Kano, you can take credit in, say, Anambra State. So information systems that we have created allows that to be possible. Allows lenders to be able to trust Nigerians so that if they understand that you have a habit of taking loans and paying back, then they're willing to give you credit, okay? And also, we want to make sure that Nigerians don't abuse credit, okay? Because if you use credit irresponsibly, it can also be very damaging. So the goal of African Credit Expo is about financial literacy.
Dr. Sharif Ayedu, MD CEO of Credit Registry Comments, opened the door for a broad conversation on how technology, data, and transparency can reshape Africa's credit culture. She explained that sustainable credit growth depends on systems that help people to understand their financial behavior and make informed decisions. Her insights highlighted both the urgency and the opportunity within Africa's evolving credit landscape.
We're so happy to welcome definitely the fourth estate here to the Africa Credit Expo. This is our third edition of the expo, and this expo is honestly to really live our brand promise. Our brand promise at Credit Registry is to connect, trust, and empower. And this event allows for us to connect all the various stakeholders that we do business with, from the lenders, the regulators, the individual consumers, the entrepreneurs. We bring them all together on this platform so they can trust one another and then empower each other to be able to have strong financial transactions.
After the ceremony, participants dived into a full lineup of master classes, workshops, and seminars designed to demystify credit and provide practical knowledge on financial management, business growth, and trade opportunities. Panels also spotlighted the role of digital tools, fintech, innovation, and responsible lending in expanding economic participation. The expo floor was buzzing with activities as vendors displayed new financial tools, credit tracking platforms, and SME support products. Sponsors and partners including credit bureaus, digital lenders, insurance firms, and payment companies reaffirmed their commitment to supporting financial growth on the continent. The day wraps up with a networking and cocktail hour, a chance for entrepreneurs, investors, and innovators to form partnerships that could shape Africa's financial future. Oyimprie Joseph Krumale, SOUQ News Television.
Efforts and huge investment into humanity through the Tony Elumelu Foundation is widely adjured as the leading philanthropy empowering a new generation of African entrepreneurs, driving poverty eradication, catalyzing job creation across all 54 African countries, and increasing women economic empowerment. Since the launch of the entrepreneurship program in 2015, the foundation has trained over 1.5 million young Africans on its digital hub. Tony, the Nigerian economist, entrepreneur, and philanthropist, holds the Nigerian National Honors, the Commander of the Order of Nigeria, CON, a member of the Order of the Federal Republic, MFR. He has been responsible for creating business that are critical to Africa's economic development. He is a proponent of Africa capitalism, an economic philosophy which advocates for the private sector's commitment to Africa's development through long-term investment in strategic sectors of the economy that drive economic prosperity and social wealth award. He was awarded the Daily Times the Nigerian Man of the Year in 2016. He was honored with the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2019. He is also on the list of Time Magazine's 100 Most Influential People of 2020. On October 11, 2022, Elumelu received the National Honor of Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Tony, as a staunch professional and chairman of Foremost Bank, may understandably runs a busy daily schedule like that of a bee, but he balances the equation with creating time for sports. His love for lawn tennis and football stands undeniable.
My good workout is, I think I would say that I like to jump on the sports. I love yoga, as you said. Yeah. But these days I'm trying to get in the group of
Tony is not just a champion in the banking hall. He equally balances the equation when it comes to family life.
For me, as a family man, though, I try to make sure I balance things. I try to make sure my family side do not suffer. In that process,
Africa, a continent with 54 unique countries, countless tribes and tongues. We see a country in this continent, despite not being the richest or biggest, it is rich in things that last a lifetime. Malawi treasures such as its natural beauty, cultural resilience, and Lake Malawi are some of the continent's most underappreciated economic lifelines. Malawi is referred to be the warm heart of Africa because of the friendliness of its people and its tranquil surroundings. However, Lake Malawi, Africa's third largest lake and a UNESCO World Heritage Site, is the economic hub of this landlocked nation. This glittering body of water, which covers an area of over 29,600 square kilometers, is not only a wonder of geography, but also a vital economic hub. For millions of Malawians, fishing is their main source of income. More than 700 different species of cichlid fish, many of
Hello, welcome to another exciting episode of Just Africa, the show where we explore the ideas, the persons, the industries, and of course shaping our continent's future. Energy powers everything, right? And of course our homes, businesses, hospitals, schools, economies. And yet, across Africa, over 600 million people still live without reliable electricity. At the same time, the world is racing towards clean energy and low carbon growth. So the big question is, how does Africa expand energy access while transitioning to cleaner, more sustainable power? Today's episode, Powering the Future, Energy Transition and Africa's Path to Universal Access, explores the choices, trade-offs, and opportunities ahead. This is Just Africa, reaching you live from our Lagos studios. I am Emmanuel Amolo, and of course, follow us on our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV, and still subscribe to our YouTube channel at Just Africa Show, right? Of course, we'll go on a break and when we return, we'll continue with the show. Please stay tuned because you'll definitely learn one or two things. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the show. Africa cannot grow without energy, obviously. And of course, but millions still live in the dark. As climate change worsens, we must switch to cleaner power. The real change is making electricity affordable, reliable, and green. Today on Just Africa, we look at practical ways to close the energy gap in Nigeria and across the continent. We are moving beyond talk to find real solutions through policy and technology that provide power for all without harming our planet. And of course, we will be joined on the show today by someone who embodies it. We will explore how, on this segment, the Powering the Future, Energy Transition and Africa's Path to Universal Access. Joining us to break this down is Engineer Gode Chimwo, who is an energy transformation expert, a registered engineer with COREN, a corporate member, NSE and NIM chartered energy transition advocate, who is here to help us make this meaning, so much meaning from what our conversation will be today about energy and clean energy. Good day, sir.
Thank you for having me this morning.
Yes, Mr. Good day. I hope you can hear me clearly.
Yes, I can hear you very well.
Okay, so let's just dive right in, right? So everybody talking so much about energy, different forms of energy that we have used, different kind of power. But we know Africa as a continent hasn't gotten to the point where we can have sustainable power for long hours. First off, let's start off with trying to even understand what the problem is. How would you describe the current state of energy access in Nigeria and Africa as a whole on the continent? Hello? Hello? Hello, Mr. Chiwo.
I broke off. There was a network issues.
Okay, so, but did you hear the question?
Yeah, you were asking that...
describe, yes. Describe the current state.
Okay, the current state of energy situation in Nigeria and Africa has been the type of, on a scale to 1, let me say, on a scale from 1 to 10, I will give it 3. Why do I say 3? Over 600 million, like you just mentioned, 600 Africans, sub-Saharan Africans, do not have access to energy. Not just 600 sub-Saharan Africans, there are also over 1.2 billion do not have access to clean cooking, energy. I mean, like gas. We have this traditional kind of cooking, charcoal. These are things that have adverse effect to the life of those that are using it. So if you ask me, the scale of the work to be done is huge because access to energy has been an issue to Nigeria and then to sub-Saharan Africa. Why do I say so? You can see for Nigeria, for example, you can see that currently what the transmission can wheel out is only 5,000 megawatt. 5,000 megawatt compared to what we're looking at, the estimated capacity for Nigeria should be about 40 gigawatt, but we're talking about only 5,000 megawatt. So 5,000, why would that 5,000, sir? If you look at that capacity, comparing it with what the global, South is using, the global South currently, per electricity capital is 6,000 kilowatt hour per year and annually, individually. Why for sub-Saharan Africa, where Nigeria is currently, we are only we're only using only 120 to 140 electricity per kilowatt hour. That is even for the top tier. Those are the top echelon of the society. Yes. For the downtrodden in Nigeria here, we're talking about only, the tier one. We're only talking about 22 kilowatt hour, per year of energy being used. So if you look at the gap, it's huge. That means there's a lot to be done in terms of closing the gap. And what we need to be, there are so many things to be done to close that gap. So, like I said, I will just call Nigeria 3, and Africa can score 5 because if you look at the North Africa side, Egypt, Ethiopia, they are doing better. Those places you can see 80%.
Why do you think energy is still, central, like a central barrier to development across the continent? Why do you think it is so?
Energy, as we know, is a critical enabler to economic development. You can't need energy and then there's economic development. Take, for example, in the rural areas where we are coming from, the farmer in the farm cannot, the farm produce that is producing, there's no way he can store it. That farm produce is spoiled. The post-harvest losses are so huge. Talk about the healthcare centers, the vaccines for people for vaccinations and medicines. They can't store them. That means there are so many people, so many deaths happening. Talk about education. A child that goes to school without, with candlelight, what is he or she going to learn? So there are so many. But if you put up energy, you can see that economic development can come. Productive use of energy, not just that the farmer, the farmer can begin to use that farmer that I'm talking about, can build a cold chain, a cold storage to be able to, store his farm produce, even a day or two or three, even up to a year, like week or a month, and then you can send it. The supply chain is oiled. There's duplication in supply chain. That means that farm produce, is taken to the market at a later time, and then that huge post-harvest losses that we're having, that area is closed. Take another example of what we're talking about in the healthcare center. With, so many patients dying as a result of lack of access to energy. But with right medicine that are stored, right medications, the right in place, surgery is happening at the right time. These are things that can be done and saving lives. For the education, we see how many research is happening in the lab. So many research is happening. Without access to energy, how can the lab scientists, how can the researcher do his work? How can the student be able to, pass his exam? And then how can the skill even be developed in the first place? So everything is tied to access to energy, yes.
Okay, so we understand so many research has been done around, how to get our energy. If you read books, especially books from the West, they would have told you how they transition from one energy source to another. It shouldn't be so much a problem to replicate it here, right? I said because we have so many natural resources that can give us energy. But what are the biggest gaps that you have noticed from your experience that is making this policy or reality possible for power to be, I won't say in excess, but available and affordable?
Okay, thank you. The issues to barriers to access to energy has been not about, lots of know-hows. There are lots of technologies that are even in Nigeria presently. Yes. But the issue is that there's a gap between the policies that are available and the reality, the implementation. The implementation has been a gap. Take, for example, we have, nice policies in terms of renewable energy integration, renewable energy expansion, renewable energy, bringing in investors, creating an enable environment. They are fine policies in place. But when it comes to reality, it becomes an issue. What I mean issue is that the funding itself is not forthcoming because investors are looking at what will happen if we bring our money in. There's the policy that we're talking about are not fully implemented. Take, for example, the grid itself. We have a lot of issues in terms of technical losses. Even if we put a lot of money on the grid, whereas there are losses on the line, there are people stealing energy. These are some of the issues. And you put money, if investors come in to put money, and there are losses that will not translate into return on investment because, one, there's weak infrastructure, in terms of grid infrastructure. There are people stealing energy. There are appliances that are inefficient. So all this is, if you look at it holistically, it's a peculiar tax that affects, energy access or investors bringing in their technology inside to Nigeria. And then also, if you look at also in terms of our commercial banks, there's huge, in terms of finances that comes to the developers here, there's huge upfront cost. The cost to install a solar is not easy. And most of our commercial banks, they do not know much of the technicalities in terms of how to finance a renewable energy projects. Okay. So because of that, they put a lot of interest rates that are so huge that even the developer cannot finance that. And then because of that, and there's no guarantee from a development partner to say, okay, go ahead to do this project, we'll back you up. Because of that, those projects fail. So it's an issue that we are tackling as holistically, so that most of the commercial banks or the financial institutions in Nigeria can also be able to build up capacity so that they can be able to understand that even long-term savings that comes from renewable projects can be used instead of talking about collateral, because sometimes the developer does not have enough collateral to be able to finance his investment. But there are huge savings. There are carbon credits that comes after the project that can be used to finance or to pay back that cost of finance that has been taken from the bank. But the banks currently are using the traditional method of financing, and that traditional method does not suit development of renewable energy in Nigeria. So it's an issue that needs to be tackled. And then also at the issue of government regulation, like I said, there's a lot of regulation in terms of incentives that come, incentives for bringing in equipment, bringing in procurement of equipment from the supply chain. There's these incentives that you can have a tax holiday. There's a tax free for anybody that is installing, bringing in solar panels, bringing in inverters, batteries from abroad. But when you get to the port itself, it becomes a different ballgame altogether. The custom will be telling you a different thing. No, everything has to be taxed. That tax alone could also affect, the man that is trying to, a nascent industry that the man does not know, does not build up capacity. And you're telling him to pay this, pay that, and then there's a demurrage attached to,
this time the thing is there. Yes.
The thing is there, and also affecting the cost of material. That alone is also an issue that we're facing. So I think as an industry, we're looking at it holistically to be able to address all this.
Okay, so there's so many things that we need to consider in this energy conversation: affordability, accessibility, and of course, ensuring that it is now clean energy, right? But in the African context, so that we touch all the facets of this conversation, what does energy transition really mean for us as Africans and in the context of an African?
For us as an African, we're talking about a just energy transition. What I mean, we're not just we're talking about just, inclusive, and equitable energy transition. Over decades, we've been talking about using fossil fuel. And fossil fuel, one of the issues of fossil fuel is it's not like it's not a good thing, but it has been one of the environmental degradations that we have seen in the Niger Delta. The poor, the poor and downtrodden that are closer to where the oil rigs are, but are not benefiting, from the very resources that are in their backyard. And then access to energy is also there. I was an IT student working with shared development, shared development at Ebema Power Plant, the production center. Right in where we are producing, you could see communities in darkness. It was only the production center that we are that was having access to energy. But remember, these communities are the one producing this energy.
Really?
But where we are,
there's no light.
Where we are, there's no light. It's only the production that has light. So what is that just? And then the farmer that goes to farm cannot even farm in his farm because of the environmental issues. It has to acid rain, pollutions that have affected their farmlands. Yeah. And you have these divide and rule policies, that only the ones that are aware within the society can come, and they give them contract, others are left behind. So when we talk about just energy transition, we're talking about not just moving from fossil fuel to renewable energy, but also talking about moving justly, taking away that environmental degradation that we have seen. Those acid rain, those salt that has affected the people. We are saying, is it just? And we say just is that they will not be able to see those kind of menace, those kind of phenomena that has affected them before. Those things will not be part of the transition that we're talking about. That's one. We're talking about inclusiveness. I've just mentioned that where I was serving, where I was doing my IT, that the community were not involved. So women and children were just there. In fact, to be sincere, candid with you, some of them were the guests that were there. Didn't even know that they had a lot of stake. Instead, they were coming for night hangout. Yeah. The guys in the night, they will just sneak in to come and do one or two things. And then when they give them rice or this, they say, this is a big thing that they've gotten. They are just taking a piecemeal from the whole big chunk that they would have benefited. So what does it mean by saying a just energy transition? Is an inclusive energy transition where the farmer, the market women, the children, the girls, or everyone that is involved in that community is take ownership of the project. Take ownership of whatever being their what God has given them as an endowment, natural endowment. They're also part of it, part of that sharing, and then they are involved in all decision making. That is another. I just talked about the equitable energy transition. We are at the back, as an African, what we're talking about. There's issues as a result of the climate change, where the global south, both of during the industrial age, they are the ones that, part of all the issues of climate change here and there has been caused by the global south. And it created yes. And then these issues, one way or the other, because of the threats of climate change, we are bearing the brunt. Africans, we have a lot of, you see, desertification here and there, flood, drought happening all over Africa. Flood, you can see from Lokoja, you know what has happened. I'm sure you're aware of what's happening in Lokoja. From where I'm coming from the south, a lot of pollutions here and there. Everywhere we see, signs, footprints of climate change. But what about the equity? How is it distributed? I mean, the resources that is coming from those people that are cost coming. If they are bringing in the resources, funds to back up what they have said they've cost. Are they sharing that? Those resources, are they sharing equitably to the global south? There's this loss and damage fund. There are so many organizations. Those organizations are not only about, for example, now annually, about $2.3 trillion is what is a mark for climate change and for all these issues in terms of climate change. How much is coming to Africa? Just about, as I'm talking to you, just about 40 billion for last year. $40 billion out of 2.3 trillion. But we are the one bearing the brunt of the climate change. So there should be equitable distribution of this wealth coming from the global south, so that we can maybe.
So how can Africa as a continent avoid making the same mistake that the global south made? For example, how can we balance? Because look, we want energy. At this point, before we really talk about cleaner energy, we even want energy first, whichever form that it wants to come. Because if you are telling us to all transition to clean energy, many people don't even have the initial one that comes from fossil fuel. So how do we first, Africa as a continent, how do we best balance it out that we can get equitable energy transition or energy as it were for the continent, and then see how it does not affect the climate bad, so we don't contribute to the problem that was already created?
Yeah, I used to tell a friend that somebody that is hungry, I don't know if is in the medical terms, somebody that is hungry does not diet. You're hungry. You're hungry for energy.
Point. Yes.
And then you want to diet. You know what the diet is? You want to select this, select that.
Yes.
So for Africa, we don't need to diet much. What we need to do is to, harness the available resources that we have. Harness them well. For example, now we're talking about we have the fossil fuel that we have. We also have abundant sunshine. We also have the biomass.
We're close to water, so there's no hydro.
Yeah, so there's no hydro, yes. So we have a lot of it. So we can do this. We have the energy mix, along that part. Part of the hydro, part of the steam, part of the gas,
solar,
like that. Yeah. And then we also have the solar. And then by so doing, we can be able to leapfrog. Because, like we said, the solar system, I just mentioned that they are not cheap. They are not cheap. Solar systems are not cheap. Yeah. And then wind is also not cheap. But I am sure that with time, as time goes on, the levelized cost or the upfront cost will begin to, drive down. With so much pressure from the international community, those prices will come. But as an African, our advocate should be that we should use what God has given us to be able to drive our own transition. Because the industrial age that the Europeans used, they used the steam turbine, the coal, as it were, to develop their own nations. Why are we not using our own fossil fuel? The only challenge I have has been the corruption issues. If that can be tackled holistically, there's so much things as regards to the fossil fuel. So in terms of.
But I know everybody's talking clean energy right now. I think at the last COP 32, I think. Yes. All they were talking about, everybody was talking about how to transition to clean energy, less fossil fuel usage. But if you were to check from your own experience, are we adopting these renewable energy alternatives very fast or fast enough?
Because, like I said, the challenge of cost, the funds that are coming in has been trickling in. Although there are several projects from the example, from the Arire Point side, there is this energizing education, energizing agriculture, and then World Bank supported projects. But these are on silos. They are isolated projects here and there. So we are not fully driving and then the policy has not like I said, government issued. Government also is looking at using gas as a transition fuel. Just like we're talking about, using gas as a transition fuel. So, and the World Bank, all those people are coming in, are looking at, so no, gas is also part of the fossil fuel. But we're saying, no, we have gas. So because of that, the adoption of renewable energy has not been fast enough. Although it has taken effect, we've seen here and there, I just mentioned different projects in silos across the country, but it hasn't taken effect, because if it has taken effect, we would have seen grid integration into renewable integration into the grid. We would have seen smart energy systems. We would have seen so much isolated mini grids here and there. But we would have seen EVs, electrical vehicles. But like the technology we're just driving is nice, but maybe within the next 2030, maybe the next 5 years, we'll begin to see we'll begin to see traction. Begin to see scale in terms of.
Let me go to personal experiences. During the time when you were at AEDC, right? What systemic issues affected power efficiency? Like, were this power grid collapse or whatever kind of collapse? What were the things that usually caused it?
Just to correct that, I'm still in AEDC. I've not. Okay. So the power issue is a whole chain in terms of issues. One of the issues that we face in terms of power has been the weak grid infrastructure. When I mean grid infrastructure, the lines are not so strengthened. You have from the TCN, from transmission angle, we have issues in terms of transformers. From that angle. So most of the transformers, they don't have redundancy. There's also called redundancy. We have issues in terms of power plant phase. There's another one that can quickly take over. I was in Germany some years back, and we did a study in terms of the probability of a grid collapsing in Germany. And could you imagine that after doing this study, for a grid to collapse in Germany, it was like 70 to 80 years for it to collapse. But this is what is happening, collapsing in Nigeria.
Once a month.
If it's not taking once a month, so it's a sort of grid infrastructure Our grid has so many issues. That's on one side. We also have issues in terms of liquidity. You know what we call liquidity? What I mean that the cash flow that is coming from the sales of energy. We have issues in terms of course. Most of the discos are not able to pay back the cost of the energy they procure from the gencos. Why is this so? Because of so much energy theft. I just mentioned so many bypasses, energy losses on the line, and that has affected the investment coming in from private developers coming in to invest. But we're looking at with the new developments coming on in terms of smart technology, smart SCADA systems. Is also helping to reduce that cost in terms of reduce the problem of technical losses. These are some of the issues, and then also manpower issues. We have issues in terms of manpower. Most of our men, we have aging men, men that, although we have the medium age for Nigeria, we have younger people, but the capacity, the skill is not there. So that's what we're looking at.
I think not going for trainings.
No, not that they're worried, but most of these are young chaps these days. Looking out for jobs like the power plant seems to be like I don't know how to put it, a job for the lazy people that for hard work. They want sharp. Maybe I don't know. This is who works. What they can sit at home and do. So it has been an issue in terms of getting skilled men to do this job, but. It's something that government is doing to be able to, reorientate the mind of it that, these jobs, come with benefit, come with lots of life that you live after. That I say yes, I've actually served my country. I've actually, put in effort in terms of, making a place, making my country, making the grid, making life safer for my fellow citizens.
Okay, so some of the problems that I would say typically engineers in the power sector face, are there channels where they make these their ideas known to people who are making the policy and the decisions? Because the truth is, people are in the field, right? These engineers are in the field, and then they see the challenges. Are there ways where they communicate these things so that policies are made and then we can get easier ways and make it even more attractive for younger people who are perhaps coming up from universities as fresh graduates? They can see this thing as something that they can be attracted to.
Yeah, there are lots of we're making engagements here and there, not just with the government, but also several stakeholders within the energy sector. For example, as a person, I'm involved in various stakeholder engagements in terms of shaping the energy transition process. And there are lots of, for example, if you look at Nigerian Society of Engineers, like you as a member, we advocate for energy access. We advocate for using most of engineers to do our job, not to use quack men, people on the street to do jobs. So we advocate for that. And then there are also a lot of think tanks. We have the next year power dialogue that is a weekly, it's almost a monthly power dialogue where we come, look at several issues that are bottlenecks to the growth of the power of the sector, and we transfer those issues, profile solutions to them, and communicate those issues to government and to even to development partners to see where they can come in, like an advisory, and also as an advisory to them, and then we look at that area and then move into that direction. And then we also have the REAN, Renewable Energy Association of Nigeria. It's an umbrella body of the Renewable Energy Association, where all developers come in, and wherever as they do their projects, wherever they see challenges, they bring those challenges to the body, and then those challenges are brought up as a body, not just as an individual, and it's brought up to government, and government looks at it holistically, and then through that, a policy is provided, and then that drives future work in that direction.
Okay, Engineer, good day. Thank you so much for at least breaking a couple of these things. We'll go on a very short break. Please stay with us. When we come back, because I want to ask you particular questions to community in terms of small communities in rural areas where ideally our ideas don't get to reach, especially in terms of policies. But we'll be right back. Please stay tuned, and of course, the conversation will continue.
Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines, from breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemWash Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
Welcome back to the show, Just Africa. We'll be having a very, very technical, but of course important conversation with engineer Good Day Chinwo. And he's been making us understand a lot of things, of course, especially the challenges, why, like basic terms, why we don't have light. Let me not put it like that. But, I mean, we see that some of the bottlenecks are beyond the typical engineer that you face on the streets. And so before, I had to drop this warning. Before you beat up that electrician or that NEPA person that comes to your house to come and tweak something, please understand that some of the problems are not his own. Welcome back, Engineer Chinwo, to this conversation. I know we were trying to understand what it means, this energy transition really means. But I was going to ask from this angle, right? And if you go visit a place where they don't even have any form of energy that they depend on, what would be the first thing that you recommend that they have or they build?
Okay, thank you for this question. I was once a research counselor for London Business School.
Okay.
What is that research counselor? Is to be able to understand and study the contemporary challenges facing rural communities. And one of the issues that I noticed was that, like I just mentioned, was that the nexus to every indices was tied to access to energy. And because of that, it created a barrier that people were just like, they were left alone, isolated, not knowing what to do. So, and I noticed that there must be something that needs to be done. First, like we just mentioned, that we have tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. What I mean by tier 1, the first form of energy that can come to them, even because of the affordability issues that we're talking about. What's the first form of energy? And then the second, for example, when we say tier 1, we're talking about charging phones and then having a lighting point first for those kind of community, and then they can be able to move from there. And then you move from charging phone to lighting point to radio and television, and then that's tier 2. Now move from tier 3 to charging phone, lighting homes, television, radio, and also using it for productive use of energy. So first thing first is to look at solar home systems. What I mean solar home systems? These are the ones that are for communities that are in hinterlands, like I just mentioned earlier. Communities that are very far from the grid. That even they are not even in cluster communities. Like what I mean cluster communities. There are some places you can install mini grid. You look at a load center, and then there are communities that are close to each other. And then you can put up, even if there's no grid there, you can put up a mini grid there that can cover them. But there are communities that are so far that only them, you cannot put up a mini grid for them. So in those kind of community, we call them tier 1. Those tier 1 kind of community, those people use solar home systems. that, like I mentioned, that can serve them the battery system and then the solar panel. That can use it for lighting points and also use it also for charging of their phones. And then that way they can grow from there. And then like gradually, when they see the benefit of access to energy, and then they can say, okay, we need television, we need fridge. Okay, we need to use it to do other things. And then from there, one of the benefits of access to energy in those particular areas is that people move from urban centers, urban communities where they are. Urban areas, and then move back to the villages rural areas because access to energy has arrived in those places, and then they can be able to use it to do the barbing, saloon, irrigation of their plants, and then from there you could see productive use of energy.
Economy now
as a result, development begin to build, and then not even need to come to town. And then as a result, you could begin to talk about that those people can be able to train up their children with their own finances and up to university level. So the access to energy, like I said, there's a hierarchical level. But first thing first, for those people that are in hinterland, you can use the solar system. Those are in cluster communities, but are also isolated. We use the mini grid to serve those places. We call them distributed energy resource. Use that to serve them. And then we also have the interconnected mini grid. The areas where there are the urban centers, but the grid cannot serve them well. But they needed a premium service. They needed 24-hour service. Those areas you can combine the grid and then also the hybrid system. The solar the mini grid, and join them together, and then you can have a premium, reliable power supply that can serve them 24/7 in those areas.
Okay, engineer, I do know that one of the arguments that usually come up, especially on social media, is we have different alternative power sources, right? Just like you highlighted, there's hydro, there's solar, there's the one from fossil fuel. However, with even access to these things, we still have power failures. Many people will be like, how come we have all these things and we still cannot assure 24 hours of power? What could be the cause? I'm not talking Nigeria alone now, because many African cities have some of this access as well. There's solar, very common in, there's sunlight rather, very prevalent in Africa as a continent. And of course, many of us are also still close to water, and yet we don't have consistent power supply. What could be the causes? Hello, engineer. All right, we'll go on a very quick break, and of course, we'll try to fix the technical difficulty that we're experiencing. But please do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission, empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudiescenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Market Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Welcome back to the show. We apologize for that small technical difficulty. Of course, we still got Engineer Chinwo in the studio for the set of this conversation, and we're still looking at energy transition and, of course, access for African communities. And I was asking him earlier, I hope you can still hear me now.
I can hear you, yes.
Okay, so I was asking you, so despite our many access to alternative power sources, how come we still don't have light?
Okay. Also, we don't have light, but we're not having it abundantly the way we want to, that can, drive development. Okay. One of the critical issues as regards to why we don't have, reliable power supply is what I call, the weak infrastructure, the grid infrastructure. The grid is weak in the sense that it cannot be able to, take in as much capacity that can, take along every household in Nigeria.
But the grid, does it take from all the forms of power generation, hydro, solar, fossil fuel, whichever one, all of them goes to the same grid?
No, what I mean is that, yes, for example, we have the base load, like you just mentioned. All these are base load. What they call base load is that, yes, they are the ones that can, first of all, kickstart the process. And then, for example, in the morning that you come, there's a kind of capacity that you need to drive the process first. And then when people start, returning home from work from around 4 p.m. to about 6 p.m. We call them peak load. So what is that capacity that can drive in those periods? These are the things that help strengthen the grid. But we don't have such capacity in terms of strengthening the grid. That's why we're talking about integrating the renewables like solar, integrating the battery system, integrating the wind to steady the capacity that we have. What we have now is currently is working in silos here and there, but the grid is just 5,000, and we don't have this other source of power that can be integrated to the grid to make it big enough to be able to wheel out enough energy that can carry everybody at the same time. So because of that, so for example, in Europe, for example, we have what we call virtual power plant. Virtual power plant is that you as an individual can even produce energy and wheel to the grid. Everybody call them prosumer. There's a policy of feeding tariff. There's net metering. Prosumer, that's an individual can produce energy.
Produce and consume. Hello, Engineer Chide. So I'm assuming the network is pretty bad. So we're trying to understand the dynamics of it all. And I think he explained a bit, right? Because if you have different forms of power generation, and you would expect that, when you're using one and then maybe the power on this one depletes, you move on to the next alternative, right? And everybody's looking at clean energy as a power source. Before we even transition to that one, can we even ensure that the basic one, we can make do of it? Because how prevalent is solar alternative, as it were? Can we boast and say, because we already acknowledged, engineer already acknowledged that to even use solar is expensive, right? We're calculating the cost as well. So the the cheapest form is, the one that goes with gas and maybe fossil fuel. But if we are at the point where all of these have not been incorporated to the point where it gets us from base level to the top, we're still going to have to struggle. And that is what we're experiencing. And because we're struggling in that part, economic development is also slow. We can already see where they meet. Engineer, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm with you.
So please continue with your chain of thought. Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Go on. Hello, engineer, can you do us just a favor if you can move to another position? Perhaps that would help. All right, we'll just go on a quick break, and of course, when we come back, we'll continue the conversation. Just wrapping it up. Don't go anywhere.
At the Africa Development Study Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission, empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Study Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Welcome back. We apologize one more time, but we've still got Engineer Chinwo with us. We just want to wrap it up because of time. Engineer Chinwo, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, yes.
Okay, so because of time, yeah, just final words. If you were to advise a government, an African government, per se, or investor, or a founding member, or somebody who can help us scale up in terms of energy transition, what would your advice be to them?
My advice would be to look at not just bringing in finance, because finance, like you said, is critical to development and scaling up of renewable energy projects in Africa. Apart from financing, we also look at how to strengthen our institutions, so that such much that not just that we have policies on ground, but also how well those policies are well implemented. Because enforcing policies is critical. Because you can have a fine policy on paper, but on ground, there's a different reality. We just mentioned what is happening in terms of on supply chain, in terms of bringing in equipment to Nigeria. We're also having issues in terms of solar installations. Bottlenecks in terms of permits. For example, to even get a permit to install a solar project in Nigeria, it will take up to 0 to 9 to almost a year just to get a permit to do a solar project. And there are so many other issues that comes along. And then also most of the projects that we do these days, they don't take the community, they don't carry community along. We do projects in silos. Communities are not carried along. And as such, within a short time frame, projects begin to fail. There's no long-term sustainability plan that can take project from year 0 to 10 years or 20 years that the project was envisaged in the first place. What is the issue? Because nobody, after they've done the installation, done the commissioning, and the project is working, everybody goes. There's no OEM, there's no operation and maintenance, there's afterthought. Those ones are not put in place to ensure the project continues to run. We have so much grant projects that World Bank, gave grants to, Nigerians, developers, and they've installed and they left. Over 45% or 50% of those projects currently are redundant because there was no long-term sustainability plans involved. Community were not involved, taken along to manage the project. So it's important that stakeholders involved, from government angle to the community involved, everyone should be carried along, even within the inception of the project, so that the project becomes a sustain something. At the end of the day, everybody, there'll be a win-win situation, both for the developer, both for the investor, and for the community. But the issues that we have, like you just mentioned, even the community projects, if you've heard, there was a project that was launched many years ago in BUK, Bayero University. Okay. After launching and installed everything, as I'm speaking to you now, that project just collapsed. Why is it collapsed? There was no demand assessment. They didn't, do a site assessment to know what is the demand of the school that can carry. So students were just owning appliances here and there, and because of that, and the solar system were not able to, the capacity was so small, wasn't able to carry out whatever they were doing. Yeah. So and as it collapsed. So there was no proper site visibility, no visibility study carried out, no site assessment carried out. You just go and install solar because you want to install, and there's a boom, there's a commissioning like that. We've installed, we've done the wonder. At the end of the day, we are back to square one. So project must, so in one sentence, right? In just one sentence, if somebody asks you, do you think that Africa is positioned well enough to be able to say in 5-10 years, move or transition easily to the point that everybody now has perhaps not equal access, but at least access to alternative energy? I don't think we are in that part currently. Why do I say so? Even the minerals that needs to, for example, if you check China, for example, you have almost every home has a particular business that in terms of solar innovation. Maybe that somebody is doing battery, somebody is doing panel, somebody is doing charge controller, somebody is doing inverter. As such, there's almost no home does not have energy because of all the value chain are covered within the country. Here, we import everything. We import even the raw materials, the minerals that come for battery, the minerals that come for inverter. We import everything out on raw, raw items, and then it goes to China, and the values are added and brought back. If we can begin to talk about adding value to those things and bringing manufacturing, bringing local content back to Africa, that is when we can be talking about defrogging to everybody having access to energy. But for now, we're not yet right there. And in the next 10 years, I don't think we'll be there because there are so many issues. Even corruption is a big issue. Yeah, so we're not yet there. And maybe I would say in the next 20 or 30 years, when new generation of new Africans will begin, the youth, take over, make fully aware that is where the future lies, and no need to begin to Japan or anywhere, but rather bringing those techs, bring those skills that we have to develop our continent. Okay.
All right. Thank you so much, Engineer Godechimwe, for the insights that I brought to this conversation. I do hope that at least one or two people have learned something, and we're hoping to get better. I know that 10 years is looking like a bleak future, but we can start from somewhere, aside from conversations like this. Thank you so much for being a guest on today's show, okay?
I appreciate you calling me on board. I appreciate that.
All right. Today's conversation makes one thing very clear. Energy transition in Africa is not just about technology, it's about access, equity, and economic opportunity. We'll go on a break, and of course, when we come back, we'll still have another robust conversation on today's episode of the show. Perhaps you would learn one or two things. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight. I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event, and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world, in terms of these things. But we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, this never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, okay? And they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
Human ingenuity has birthed remarkable innovations, none more so than the rise of intelligent machines. Computers, once small calculators, have evolved into sophisticated systems capable of mimicking human thought processes. Powered by artificial intelligence, AI, these systems are learning, problem-solving, and making decisions that were once exclusive domain of humans. From accelerating scientific discovery to tackling climate change, AI's potential is vast, but perhaps its most profound impact lies in healthcare. Artificial intelligence, AI, it's no longer a futuristic concept. It's here with the potential to revolutionize patient care, diagnosis, and treatment. AI is emerging as a powerful tool in the hands of medical professionals. From detecting diseases early to optimizing treatment plans, AI is demonstrating remarkable capabilities. It can analyze vast amounts of medical data to identify patterns and predict outcomes, aiding in more accurate diagnosis. Also, AI-powered robots are assisting in surgeries, improving precision, and reducing recovery times. However, despite its promises, challenges persist. Concerns about data privacy, ethical implications, and the need for robust regulatory frameworks are hindering widespread AI adoption. To fully unlock AI's potential in healthcare, collaborative efforts are essential. Healthcare providers, researchers, policymakers, and technology companies must work together to develop and implement AI solutions responsibly. By addressing ethical concerns, investing in AI research, and creating supportive regulatory environments, we can accelerate the integration of AI into healthcare and improve patient outcomes. Joy Chuma, SOUQ News.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
The Eyo Festival, also known as the Adamu Orisha, is a traditional Yoruba festival unique to Lagos Island in Lagos State, the center of excellence. It is one of the most iconic cultural events in Lagos and serves as both a spiritual ceremony and a public spectacle. Eyo dates back to the 19th century, though original traditions suggest its origin may be older. It began as a rite of passage for the transition of a deceased Oba or High Chief in Lagos. In today's special report, Bayo Olaoye traces the antecedents and the genesis of this renowned cultural event. The first recorded Eyo Festival was held in 1854 to commemorate the passing of Oba Akintoye. Over time, it also became a celebration for the installation of a new Oba or to honor prominent Lagosians. The Eyo Festival is rooted in Yoruba religion and spiritual practices, specifically those of the Orisha cult. It is particularly associated with the Adamu Orisha, a deity representing ancestors and spiritual guardians. The Eyo Festival is essentially a masquerade festival. The masqueraders are called Eyo, and each represents a spirit of the ancestors. These Eyo figures are customized in flowing white robes with large hats and face coverings. They carry okpas, known as batons or staff, used to generally discipline those who break festival rules. The Eyo festival can also be described as a spiritual cleansing of the land and people and used to escort the soul of a deceased noble into the afterlife. It invokes blessings and peace for the community, purges the city of evil spirit and misfortunes. The festival is organized by 5 major Eyo groups, or Igas, also known as palaces, each with its own color and significance. Eyo Adimu, black, is housed in Iga Adimu. Eyo Laba, which is recognized by its red color, has Iga Idungoro as its palace, while Eyo Oniko, renowned for its yellow color, stays at Iga Oniko. Iga Ologede, with its green color, will reside at Iga Ologede, and Eyo Agere, with its purple color, stays at Iga Agere. The main day of the festival is called Oye Day, which falls on Saturday. Prior to this, there are several rituals leading to the Akoko Day, where announcements are made and various traditional rites are performed. What are the rules, regulations, and etiquettes? During the festival, what are the do's and don'ts? During the festival, certain items and behaviors are prohibited, such as wearing of sandals and shoes, since everyone goes barefoot during this period. Also prohibited is the use of motorcycles and bicycles, while public smoking is not allowed, as well as the wearing of hats and caps. Violators are often corrected gently with the okpa by the Eyo. What about the modern evolution of Eyo Festival as a potential for tourism development? While originally a sacred rite, the Eyo Festival has become a major cultural attraction, prominently showcased during Nigeria's independence celebration in 1960. And in subsequent years, it has been used to honor dignitaries and promote the heritage of Lagos. It does not occur annually, but rather on special occasions, often at the discretion of the Lagos monarch or Bar of Lagos as the custodian of the tradition. The festival combines ritual, theater, music, and community spectacle, and it is often considered a precursor to the modern Nigerian carnival. The Eyo Festival has inspired modern performances and literature in Nigeria and reflects the depth of Yoruba spirituality, the importance of ancestors, and the interplay between tradition and modernity. Olumide Shokoya reporting for SOUQ News TV.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade and later, under the British indirect rule, it's surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an Armed Forces Remembrance Cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Markets, SOUQ Enlightenment.
back to Just Africa, the program where we explore the bold ideas shaping the continent's growth, its people, and of course the place in the world. All right, do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. And of course, subscribe to our YouTube channel at Just Africa Show. Africa's economy is growing, and of course, many of them are sustained by small and medium businesses and enterprises. To reach the next level, businesses need more than just hard work. They need strong systems and integrity. Today on Just Africa, this episode, we would explore how trust and reputation, what we call integrity capital, helps small businesses attract the funding, partners, and loyal customers they need to scale up. We're discussing how to turn a daily hustle into a lasting, sustainable company. Joining us to break this down is Jennifer Thurston. Jennifer is the strategic advisor at a solutions agency with professional training from the University of Miami School of Business. With years of experience advising organizations on strategy, marketing, customer engagement, and profitability, she works closely with businesses to strengthen operational structures and align growth objectives with sustainability and ethical practices. Her work emphasizes that long-term profitability is inseparable from credibility, discipline, and market trust. Hello, Jennifer.
Good morning. Well, on my end, good morning.
Yeah. Good afternoon around here in Africa. How is the Bahamas today?
I know, I'm still getting adjusted.
How's the Bahamas today?
Cold. Well, let me preface that by saying cold for us is anything below 70, so.
Okay, so let's set the context, yeah? Small and medium enterprises are, Africa's growth story. How do these help economic development, yet so vulnerable to, make them don't fail? Or what essentially is it?
Okay, sorry, I'm having a bit of a difficulty hearing you. I don't know if it's internet issues, but...
Okay, so Africa as a continent generally depends on small and medium enterprises to scale up, right? The economy's development depends on all of them being like this. As it is dependent, many of them are still vulnerable to failure. Why is this so?
Okay. Let's start with, because I had to do a little bit of research, because this is not my market, Nigeria. So I looked into it. And your economy, 96% is, GDP, 50% of it comes from small and medium-sized businesses.
Yes.
They are 96% of all businesses, and 80% of your employment comes from small and medium-sized businesses. So this is definitely a matter that needs to be addressed. And looking into it, and you're not so unique, so different, I guess, from us in the Bahamas, because a lot of the issues come from your environment. When I say environment, the social, the government, the legal. Your country is rated at 131 as far as difficulty for doing business out of 190. The Bahamas is not much further away. So I don't want you to think this is judgmental. But in order to make things sustainable, and when we say sustainable, we simply want to say the easiest way for a business to do business within the environment that they are in, using local products, things like conserving energy, reducing waste, basically reducing your carbon footprint. So we want to make businesses easy to operate, but in order to be easy to operate, we need some help from some of your agencies. The government needs to step up. And I checked. There are grants available so people can get financing, but 64% of the people interviewed had not received any funding. So that's a big number. And that is key. If your government is not behind you, there's only so much we can do, honestly. So the government needs to take a bigger look at what can we do to make things more sustainable, more capital more accessible for these businesses to actually expand. Now, beyond that, because we can't always wait on the government to do anything. There's something called group economics, and something that we are doing here that can be implemented anywhere.
Okay.
We have actually started a group. It's called the Global African Caribbean Community, because for too long we have been kind of myopic in our view. It has to be within our reach. But we are now a global market. So what once seemed far-fetched is now becoming the norm. So there are going to be some, I guess, innovative moves that need to be made as far as looking outside of your immediate economy. If that's looking at another African country or one of our countries in the diaspora. Like, for instance, we just did a collaboration with Ghana where we had an Afro-Caribbean meeting of small and medium-sized businesses. Because we're like, look, we need to find a way to make this work. Out of that came new trading routes, new business partners, capital, and these are not the multi-millionaire, billionaire people, because no, we don't all have that.
Okay.
But what we do have is masses of people. And if we can work as a collective, we can get some things done.
Okay. So from your experience, I mean, you already alluded to the fact that the Bahamas share similar experiences with Africa as a continent, right? So from your own experience doing advisory work, what structural gaps do you notice that stalls our, SME growth in the continent of Africa?
Outside of the big G, the government, there's also competition. Competition in whatever market you're in. Like, for instance, you always have the larger corporations that are going to give in the advantage, unfortunately, that's going to work against you, which is why I'm saying our solution as small businesses is to do it as a collective. If, for instance, I'm in the Bahamas and I want to do business, I'm selling hot sauce. I can, as an individual, try to create my brand and market and sell to my local market, which is very small in comparison to yours. Or I can connect, like we did with Ghana. I can connect with someone in Nigeria who may be able to source peppers for me. We are still prohibited by distribution. There are still those things that need to be worked out. But as we speak, people are developing trade routes, airline routes. So this is something that is actively being worked on, because as what I call is the awakening, we are realizing that we are each other's strength. No longer is it, okay, let me go get it from China. Oh, it's easier to get it from the U.S. because our country is half an hour away from the U.S. But with the climate of what is going on there, it's going to be to our advantage to find routes and ways of shipping and ways of transferring money, because that too sometimes is prohibitive. But again, as the demand rises, the companies are going to have to meet the demand. So we are going to have to, as small businesses, demand these things. We need to say, look, I need to find a way to get my pepper sauce to Nigeria because it's a larger market there.
Yes.
And it's going to be it's not black and white. It definitely is not going to be easy. But I can see the shift and I can see the movement, because before, the thought of even shipping to Nigeria was non-existent.
Yes. So when we talk about integrity capital, I don't know if we're talking about the money that is attached to integrity, but what does it mean in real business, in the business economy or a business conversation or operations? What do we mean by investment capital?
Investment or integrity capital?
Integrity capital, sorry.
Okay, no problem. I always tell people a large part of, as a small business, of what your business becomes relies on you. You have to build trust, and your consumer, unfortunately, relates you to your business. So you yourself have to stand for something. If I'm, again, selling my pepper sauce, but I'm not known to be a person that is upholding standards, either in my method of production, in my packaging, if I get subpar products and try and put it into the pepper sauce so that you know that you're not going to get a consistent product, that's a problem. So you have to build that integrity, either through your product, if you're not personally going to be involved in the business. Whatever it is, it has to have a standard. This is what building a brand is all about. Let me give you the example of the big boys that we know, the Coca-Colas of the world.
Okay.
If I'm in Nassau or if I'm in Ghana and I order a Coca-Cola, I expect a certain taste profile.
Yeah.
The integrity is the fact that I know that once I get that, it's going to be what I would drink in Nassau. It's going to be the same thing when I drink it in Ghana.
In Ghana, yeah.
So you build that with consistency of product, of service. You need to be authentic and maintain your standards and be consistent. And then you will, from the public, develop that trust in your brand, in your service, in your product, whatever it is.
And
so that is key.
Yeah. Does this influence things like access to funding? I know it already does for customers.
Absolutely.
But, okay. How does that happen? How does it play out?
Because again, if you are dealing with, there's funding available. There's private or there's government. So if you're dealing with the government has certain things that they require of you. Things like licenses, maintenance of books, because people don't necessarily like to record keep. I think that's a black thing. We just get money and spend it. No, you need to track what you're doing because you need to be able to show what it is that you're doing. If you say, I'm producing 100 bottles of pepper sauce a year, you need to prove that. Once you're doing this, that gives access to the things like the government grants, because they're not just going to give you money because, I know your family. No, not in government. There are exceptions, of course, to every rule, but the norm is you have to have a track record, and it needs to be one that shows you are doing what you say you are doing, which is basically what integrity is.
In your own experience, right, what are the common mistakes that you see SMEs make? Very common mistakes.
I think the biggest one, when we talk about tracking information, we feel like because we're small, we could kind of get away with some things. And no, because at some point you're going to want to scale up. But in order to scale up, you have to have proper information. You need data. And the data starts with the very first bottle of pepper sauce that you create. So I need to know what it's really costing me to make this so that I can make decisions. If I need peppers, if I need vinegar, if I put some sort of onions and peppers or whatever, however you make your pepper sauce. What do those items cost me? How much of those items does it take to fill one bottle? Like, for instance, let's say I get a bag of peppers, 1 onion, 1 sweet pepper, whatever I'm putting in it, right? I create my concoction. I now have a pot full. Now I'm bottling it. From that pot, I get 10 bottles. So if it costs me $10 to get the items that I needed, and I take and create this product and I can get 10 bottles, my cost of materials is $1. I then have to add my labor. How much time did it take me to make this pepper sauce? If it took me an hour, and if I pay myself a salary, and I pay myself, $50 an hour, I need to add that $50 onto that $100 that I just did for those 10 bottles.
Yes.
To say, okay, this is what my costs are going to be. People don't think it's important, especially when you're doing it on a small scale. Yeah. Oh, I sell fruits and it doesn't matter. You know, I just know that at the end of the day, I've made $20. I could put $10 back into the business. No. Track every single thing. Write it down. Even if you just get a little book, write it down, because when you get to the point that, okay, I'm not just selling 10 bottles of pepper sauce now. Somebody wants to order 3 cases. I need to say, okay, this is going to cost me X, Y, Z to produce. Yeah. It's going to take me X amount of time. I'm going to need to use X amount of equipment because I may not have. You need to know what your costs are. And that is so key. And most people don't do it.
Don't do it.
Because they don't feel it's a necessity because, oh, I'm only making $500 a month, or I'm, you know, and they feel like because it's, I'll do that once I'm making $5,000. No, in order to get to making $5,000, you need to know what you're doing now so that you can scale up to the $5,000 and make it profitable.
So if you were to advise an SME on strategies to be able to stand out in a competitive market, what are things that you tell them to focus on?
I always tell people, for me, storytelling is a big deal. And your story is uniquely yours. That is the one thing, the advantage you have on the other person is that they cannot be another you. So whatever your story is in your business, in your creating process, in your service, whatever it is that you are putting out to the public, capture that story. Be authentically you. If, like for instance, I'm in the Bahamas and I'm doing my Bahamian pepper sauce, people want to know, okay, so y'all grow peppers in the Bahamas or you have to get them from somewhere else? That's a part of the story. Oh, okay, what kind of peppers do you grow? Because there are different varieties of peppers and some peppers don't grow here. Yeah. So our pepper sauce is going to be, even though you also have a pepper sauce, ours is unique because in my country, our soil is primarily limestone, so it's going to give a different flavor. Like whatever is unique to my story, I need to make that the selling point for my niche market that I'm targeting.
Okay, so I know unless perhaps a business does not know where its direction is, majority of SMEs want to scale up, right? And then you told us that they should capture their particular identity and, you know, explore that one. However, if you were to look at it from sustaining their quality and, of course, the value that they give, and don't lose that in their bid to expand, what strategy would you tell them to use?
To not lose
their
authenticity?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Now, again, because we're talking a general scenario.
Yes.
When you are, let me use a specific example. Let's take with the pepper sauce, right?
Yes.
In scaling up, the larger your audience and the larger the market, the more the regulations that you have to meet.
Wow.
So things like your packaging. You have to be able to package your pepper sauce in bottles or in sizes that fit whatever market you're targeting. Their shelving. So you have to take that into consideration.
Okay.
Shelf life. In order for it to be on the shelf, sitting for 6 months, there are some things that are going to be added to that. Preservatives. Which is, again, going to change your flavor just a little bit.
Okay.
So to say you want to be as true to your original identity as you are, but as you scale up, there are things that are going to necessitate some changes that you may not have considered on the level when you were starting it up. So let's pick an alcohol product. I used to locally market beer for Heineken International, our local click beer. When we were getting into exporting, we had to change bottle sizes. We had to change alcohol content. We had to change labeling because you have to display the ingredients. What you get away with on a smaller scale, you can't get away with when you're scaling up.
Yeah.
Those are added costs. So, key to know your cost for what you're doing on a small scale, because as you scale up, there will be other things that you run into that you need to know. You can't be guessing, oh, it cost me $5 to make this. No. You need to know it cost me $4.32, and I need to maintain a profit margin of 30% if that's what you're looking for. Therefore, any other cost that I add to this is already going to change the price of my product.
So how can businesses, small businesses, position themselves to be investment friendly? Because essentially, we know sometimes outside funding can help you scale up. So how do you position yourself to be able to be seen by investors?
Investors want a return on their money.
Okay.
So you need to be able to prove that you're going to give them a return on their money. And again, that comes right back full circle to knowing your product, knowing the cost. They need to see that you are vested in your business. You have done your research. Like, for instance, for my pepper sauce, they need to know I know the varieties of peppers available, which pepper I'm using. If I can't find it locally in the quantity that I need, I've already looked at ways of sourcing it. I know where my packaging is coming from. I know what label I'm using, and the label that I'm using is going to meet the requirements if I'm shipping to an African market versus shipping to a European market, because there are differences. There are differences in packaging. There's differences in labeling requirements. So you need to show the investor that you are invested in what it is that you're doing. And then once you've packaged what you're doing, and they can see, okay, you're making $100 now, but they can see where you have this down to a science and it's scalable, then they're going to be inclined to invest. But I'm not going to throw my money after something that you look like you just woke up this morning and decided you wanted to do. Why would I? If you look at it as, what would I do if it was my money? What would make me want to invest my money in my own product?
Makes sense.
If you answer those questions for yourself, then you can answer it for the investor, because they want a return. Now, there are people that do grants and angel funding that are available. But again, you have a whole lot of competition going after those dollars. So you, again, need to know your story in and out at the back of your hand. You need to be able to drop a pitch on a dime. You need to be able to summarize, because you may only have 2 minutes to talk to the person. You need to be able to sell yourself in that time frame, because you know your business that well. You're not guessing as to, oh, well, when I get my bottles out of Miami, it takes a longer time to bring them in. You need to be able to tell your story. And once they can see how vested you are in your product, they buy in. That's that intangible trust that is built. Because you show where, I know what I'm doing. I may not have the money to do what I want to do, but I know what I'm doing. So once I get the money, I'm going to fly.
Oh, cool. Okay, so the truth is, every person who sets up a business, right, even if it's small scale or large scale, wants to make money or profit, as we want to put it, right? But how do you advise entrepreneurs or business people to be able to balance their ambition to make money and, of course, ensure that the business scales up?
Everybody's situation would be unique. So you have to take a honest and truthful assessment of where you're at.
Okay.
Like, for instance, if I'm just starting a business, I don't have any investors lined up. I may have a couple family members who say, okay, I can see Jan is serious. Let me see if I can help her. Again, analyze your situation. Do what we call a SWOT analysis. Your strengths, your weaknesses.
Yeah.
What opportunities are there really in the market? And then what are your threats? The competition.
Competition, yes.
The availability of resources. You need to analyze those things before you even start. And I always tell people, I don't know how it is in your country, but I will speak for Bahamians. You can probably get your school friends, your family, your cousins, whatever. You can probably hit them up one time for a $20, $50 donation. And I don't know how that would convert to your Naira. But let's say I need to raise $1,000 to get my business started. I don't have a dime to my name, but I have a really good idea. I've done all my research. I've thought it through. Yes? If I need $1,000, I could either find 10 people and get $100, or I could find 20 people and get $50.
Yeah.
See how this is going?
Yes, yes.
So I need to raise this capital. People will usually, if you have a good relationship, again, this is the integrity we're talking about. If they know that you're a serious person and you do what you say, or at least you attempt to the best of your ability, then I can probably get this initial capital from just immediate family and friends. Now, you probably won't have the opportunity to go back a second time unless they see where you've used the first set of money.
Yes.
Doing what you said you're going to do. So, have a clear plan. Think it through. Try and think of as many obstacles, as many opportunities, as many ways of getting this done, as many ways of sourcing my peppers, if that's it, my containers, where I'm going to get them from. Do all the research that you can possibly do before you make the first step.
Yeah.
Because once you start using your capital, there's no getting it back. And unless you're going to get a return, you're just going to throw away $1,000.
Okay, if we were to advise a young business person, right, an African person who wants to start up a new business, what skills would you advise such a person to have in terms of financial discipline or whatever it is to be able to scale up in the next couple of years, say 5 to 10 years?
Key, research. Let's start there.
Research, okay.
Do all of your research. Secondly, definitely you need to have financial discipline. You need to know that when you get this $1,000, yeah, that outfit looks really cute, and yeah, you'd really like to go to the party this weekend, but no, you're going to have to pass because you've gotten this money for a specific thing. That's the integrity. You need to maintain that. You need to stay focused. If this is what you say you're going to do, then do it. And there's not always a quick return. There's going to be maybe 2 years of just literally making money to turn back over and put back into the business.
Okay.
So if in addition to your business that you're building, you need to maintain a side job, then do that. Okay. And organize your time, because time is our most precious resource. You cannot get it back once it's gone. Organize your time so that you're maximizing it. So let's say you have to do a part-time job and you work 3 days out of the week, because that's going to give you X amount of money that you know that you're going to use as backup to sustain yourself until your business can pay for itself. Then you have 4 days out of the week in which work at your business. If that's creating the product to sell, if that's going out to market and actually selling it, if that's trying to get samples into stores where you can try to get placement so that you have more distribution, whatever it is, once you've done the research of all these different things, you need to execute what it is that you say you want to do. And you cannot expect the miracle. We are in a generation of, I call them the microwave generation. They want to put it in, turn on 30 seconds, and then come up with popcorn. No, my dear, there is no quick fix. Those are the one-offs, the social media influencing that's going to be making enough money to, it's wonderful to aspire for all those things, but not to say to give up on any dream that you have, but the practicality of it is, the masses, it requires discipline, it requires work, and it requires you to be consistent at what you're doing.
Consistency.
Yeah.
I like the fact that you highlighted, staying true to what you do, like honing your identity, and of course, staying the course consistently. But if you were to be asked, like, on a general one-sentence term, how long would it take for a business to start to see profit that will be sustainable, especially for a business that had just started? How long would it naturally take?
They usually say between 3 to 5 years, you will either see a profit or the death of your business.
3 to 5 years?
So, yeah, because there's a time period where, okay, you're producing, you're just getting out into the market with my pepper sauce. I'm sampling, I'm trying to find distribution routes. It's a lot of trial and error. Okay. There is no foolproof plan, even with all the research you've done.
Yeah.
Because the environment is constantly changing. The only constant we have is change. You need to be able to adapt to whatever is going on. So even if I have my foolproof plan, I've done my SWOT analysis, I know how to source my product, I have gotten my family members and I have my $1,000 capital, I know I'm getting my peppers from, I have my bottles lined up, boom, now I have my pepper sauce. And I've spoken to a few stores that said, okay, they'll try it, or they'll allow you space in their stores for you to go and sample it with consumers. Because now you have to get the consumer to actually buy this product.
Yes.
That's a process. That's not an overnight thing. You literally set a schedule. If you can get 5 stores that will allow you, even if they don't allow you space inside, say, okay, can I just sit out front and sample my product? They allow you space to sample, and people, if they like your product, are like, oh, well, where's this from? And okay, well, I can provide you, and you may have to do delivery to make it easily accessible if you don't have a distribution point. And until you build to the point where there's enough of a demand for you to like possibly get it into the first store or whatever, it's a process. So once you've gotten all of that, and if you get it placed in a store and you get regular, then you need to promote it. Because, you got it on the shelf. Wonderful. Guess what? There are 5 other pepper sauces right next to yours.
Yes.
What is your pricing strategy? Are you going to go for undercutting the market and trying to get in as a loss leader? And if you do that, you may get stuck in that strategy unless you do something like an introductory price offer for a limited time, which gives you room to then go back to your original price that you want to charge.
Yes.
But it cannot be a jump. Like you can't introduce your product at $1 and then want to be selling it at $5. So you introduce it for 3 months at $1, and then the person comes back again to get it and it's $5. That's not going to fly.
Okay.
So again, strategies for all those things. And these are the kinds of things you think through before you spend the first $1.
Thank you. Yeah, I know.
And it's work. It is work. It's work that people don't usually like to do. It's the work that people don't do. But let me tell you, let me give you the example of the beer company that I worked with.
Yes.
Most people know Heineken International, yes? Okay, good.
Yes.
You would think beer sells itself, right? Because people just like, in the Bahamas, I don't know about there. We drink when we're happy. We drink when we're sad. We drink for a wedding. We drink for a funeral. We drink for graduation. Like, any excuse, honestly.
Yes.
So you would think beer just sells itself. And I tell people, no. You would not believe the amount of, first, research. Millions of dollars in research. One, researching consumers' taste profiles. What do they want from a beer? What is the experience they expect to have? Like, you would not believe the amount of research. And then they take this information and they put together strategies. Based on my local beer, when I took it over, I think I was like 3rd or 4th in the market. And I was like, okay, so how are we going to get Bahamians to trust this as their beer of choice? I was like, okay, what is it to be a Bahamian? let's identify top 5 things. When people think Bahamian, what do we think? So we did a little bit more research. Go to the market, ask the market, because the market is going to tell you what it wants. They wanted John Canoe is our national festival. Okay, so anything John Canoe is Bahamian. Kong salad is Bahamian. Regatta is a Bahamian. We identified those key items. And now the strategy was, how do we own those items with bear? How do we pair bear with John Canoe? How do we pair bear with Kong salad? How do we pair? And you find strategies. And each of those had a specific strategy.
Yeah.
Each of those had marketing materials, the print, the radio, because each of them was, even though we say we want to get everybody, we can't look at everybody. We have to identify who our key audiences and gear everything that we do toward that. So again, I cannot stress enough. Research.
Research. Thank you so much, Jennifer. I do know that the conversation will continue because I mean, we already had an understanding. Now I'm going to bring it back in the new year, right? Which is just a couple of days away, right? But then again, thank you so much for joining us on today's episode of the show. Your insights will be very, very helpful. I know we didn't have enough time, but we will continue this conversation again. And thank you for joining us on Just Africa today to bring all your wealth of experience, okay?
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
All right. On this note, we draw the curtains on this week's episode of Just Africa. We would like to thank all our guests that have joined us, of course, from Jennifer, and of course, Engineer Godeshiwo, who also was here earlier. Until next time, let's keep asking the best questions, and of course, let small businesses continue to research so that they can upskill. Until tomorrow, I remain Emmanuel Amalo. Have a wonderful day, and join us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV.
In April 1960, just months before Nigeria's independence, a 26-year-old ascended one of the most revered thrones in Yoruba land. His name, Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetona. His reign, almost 65 years. His legacy, a modernized crown, a globalized culture, and an unwavering voice for truth. Born 10th of May 1934 into the royal house of Anikinaya to Prince Rufai Adetono Adeleke and Ajibabi Adetono Ne Onashile, Sikiru Kayode Adetono's royal destiny was set early. He attended Baptist School, Ereko, in 1943, Ogbere United Primary School, and Ansarudin School, Ijebu-Ode, before enrolling at Oluiwa College, now Adeola Odutola College, from 1951 to 1956. He later worked briefly in the audit department of the Western region in Ibadan, before leaving for the United Kingdoms in 1958 to study accountancy. But history had other plans. On the 2nd of April 1960, he was installed as the 58th Awujale of Ijebu land, taking the regnal name Ogbagba Agbotewole II. Young, confident, and stepping into leadership just as the new Nigeria was emerging, marking the beginning of one of the longest and the most consequential reigns in Nigeria's history. Despite his demanding role, Oba Adetono maintained close family ties. He was married and blessed with children, who were raised in the blend of royal tradition and modern education that defined his worldview. Known to be a devoted family man, he valued privacy in personal matters, but ensured his children had opportunities for education both within and outside Nigeria. Socially, he was at ease in multiple wards, equally comfortable in palace courts, university lecture halls, diplomatic gatherings, or informal community events. He cultivated friendships across business, politics, and academia, yet was deeply rooted in his hometown, often mingling with his people during festivals and communal projects. The coup that saved a king. But destiny tested him. In the early 1980s, a government commission of inquiry moved against him. Suspension and deposition loomed. The order was to take effect in early 1984. Then came 31st December 1983. A military coup swept away the civilian administration, and with it, the threat to his throne. The Awujale returned more respected, more resolute. Beyond royal ceremonies, Oba Adetona built a reputation as a monarch unafraid to challenge authority. He spoke plainly on governance, justice, and public accountability. In 2016, he institutionalized those ideas by endowing a 250 million naira professorial chair in governance at Olabisi Onabanjo University, OOU, the first of its kind by a Nigerian traditional ruler. It was a deliberate investment in shaping ethical leadership for generations to come. The Oju Dioba Festival long predicted his reign, but under Adetona, it became an international spectacle, a celebration of Ijebu identity, Yoruba elegance, interfaith harmony, and cultural soft power. It drew politicians, captains of industry, global tourists, and the diaspora to Ijebu each year, making it both a cultural statement and an economic engine. Adetona presided over a kingdom of religious plurality, Islam, Christianity, and traditional worship, often using his platform to advocate tolerance. Though a devout Muslim and president of the United Muslim Council, he regularly attended Christian events and encouraged interfaith harmony. And now, the final chapter. On 13th July 2025, Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetona Ogbagba Agbotewole II passed away at the age of 91. He was buried according to Ijebu customs in solemn rites, shielded from public view. Attention now turns to succession and the weight of following one of Nigeria's longest-serving traditional rulers. Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetona reigned across three Nigerias: the colonial twilight, the start of military rule, and the promises and failures of democracy. He proved that a throne could be modern without losing its roots, bold without losing its identity, and proud without closing its doors. His voice will echo in the university lectures he inspired, the festival he globalized, the cultural pride he nurtured, and in the personal values he instilled in his family. As Ijebuland turns the page, one question lingers: whether or not the next Awujale will match relevance with integrity and tradition with transformation, following the path of the past hero. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ Perspective.
Good day to you and many thanks for joining us. This is the season of Christmas, traditionally a time of joy, reflection, generosity, and celebration. But beyond the festivities, it is also a crucial period for business activity, investment decisions, market performances, and consumer spending. On this special edition of Christmas Special on SOUQ News Television, we take a deeper look at how the 2025 Yuletide season is shaping business confidence, market sentiment, and financial planning in Nigeria. Joining us today is a seasoned capital market expert and an entrepreneur, Mr. Kende Adiaga, who will share insight on the stock market, the business outlook, investment behavior, and how individuals and businesses can make smart financial decisions during and beyond the festive season. Welcome to the Christmas Special on SOUQ News Television. I am Oyempriye Krumale. We're going to break, and when we return from this break, we'll have our guest join us on the program. Just stay with us. Welcome back. Many thanks for joining us on the program. Now we have Mr. Kende Adiaga is joining us on the program. He is a seasoned stockbroker and businessman with extensive experience in Nigeria's capital market. He is known for his expertise in investment advisory, market analysis, and wealth creation strategies, and he has worked closely with individuals and businesses to navigate market cycles and build long-term financial value. Kende Adiaga, welcome to Christmas Special on SOUQ News Television.
Thank you very much. But let me quickly correct an impression. I'm not a stockbroker. I'm a financial analyst. And of course, I've been in the industry. I've been in the market for so long. And that is the reason why I could talk extensively on markets and developments in the financial industry.
Great. Thank you so much for your time with us, Kende Adiaga. Now, let's first of all join in. I'm glad that you've been in the industry, in the stock market for a while, even though you said you're not a stockbroker. But let's look at it. And if we're to, have some form of assessment from the stock market and investment outlook, how do you think Nigeria stock exchanges performed from the build-up to this Christmas season, and what key trends should investors be paying attention to?
Well, like I will always say that any market that goes up in perpetuity or down in perpetuity may not be really defined as a market, but a market that experiences both flips, that is up and down, is a complete market, in the sense that there will always be buyers and there will always be sellers. And that means that the market can always lose and can always gain. And looking at it from this perspective, we would say our market is doing so well, so brightly, to the to the interest of investors who have been trooping in. I'm talking about both foreign and local investors who have been trooping into the market to take advantage of the pricing of stocks in the market. Of course, we have some prices that are high and we have some prices that are low. For any investors who have an understanding of our market or any capital market, so to say, will know when to buy and when to sell. But what is better is for you to buy at low and sell at high. And of course, there are others who also buy at high and still sell at high. In which case, whichever way or whatever time you come in, you are sure of getting something, no matter how small or little what you are going to be getting.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Kende, it looks like at this time of the year, we have new listings in the stock market. How do you think this has impacted investor confidence towards the Christmas. Is it a good omen, or is it something that will put off investors?
Well, it's a good omen for any market that kind of experience or have a company coming to list in its market is a sign that that market is flourishing. Because if a market is not flourishing, companies will not be coming to list. Rather, companies will be looking a way out. Even for those who are listed, if it's not flourishing, they'll be looking for a way out to get delisted. And so, because it's a flourishing market, that's the reason why you see companies wanting to be listed on that market. And of course, from the Nigerian capital market, especially the Nigerian exchange, we have seen some listing, even though the listing is not as we expect, because it's been a long time we experienced or had a company come to list its shares in the market. But of course, you know that for a company to be listed in the market, such company will have to meet with the criteria, the needs that is expected in the market, which is to say that it must have been operating operating as a company and must have had at least 2 to 3 years of experience, performance, so to say. That is, they must have been able to have a financial account of 2 to 3 years. Before now, it used to be 5 years. But because the exchange felt that there's a need for them to bring in more companies to be listed, the number of years that they are looking or considering was brought down to at least 2 years. And so, if you have operated in any environment, especially in Nigeria, for 2 years, and you are sure of your stock, of the performance of your company, you can come to be listed. When you come to be listed, naturally, again, is the fact that our market is a market where you come to empty yourself. What I mean by empty yourself is to prove to let people know you're good and bad. You are naked, so that people can decide or determine your pricing, but not a situation where you come and you are hiding some information. It's a market where you cannot hide any information. So you have to bring to the table every information, both negative and positive, about you, so that the brokers, operators in the market will know how to determine or price your stock.
Thank you so much, Kende. That's a very, very good one. However, I want to take you a little bit to one of the colossus in the market, Aliko Dangote, whose refinery. He has said that its business is going to be open for the public, for people to buy shares come 2026. A lot of investors, and I think your own self, are waiting for when that is going to be made known for the public so people can buy. What does this hold for the Nigerian investor, even people at the grassroots of society? What do you think they start to gain?
Well, if you look at Dangote, you discover that in terms of capitalization, is one of the most capitalized stock in the market in terms of the company that he has brought to the market. And of course, the refinery too is coming to the market. There is already a kind of private placement, or let me say public offering already. It's on, and we could see that people are trooping in to buy. This is because people are trying to position themselves ahead of when it will be formally listed on the floor. And when it is listed, naturally, the price will skyrocket because of the performance of the refinery, coupled with the fact that that is the only private refinery in Nigeria as we speak right now, the largest in Africa, so to say. And of course, let's say maybe about first or second largest in the world refinery. And so what that portends, or what that means, is that any investor in that space will be reaping bountifully in terms of dividends, in terms of bonus, in terms of price. For these three aspects that investors are looking out for them to invest, they are very positive of having either to the benefits of the investors. For instance, if you buy Dangote refinery now, when the price is, let's say, is still within the reach of those who want to buy it, because the moment it gets listed, definitely the price will jump up. That is, the price will go up, and it may be out of the reach of the common man. But anyone who buys now, possibilities of him or her reaping bountifully, because like we have seen in some of the stocks that he had brought to the market, like the Dangote cement, the Dangote sugar, and the likes that had been listed on the floor. If you look at the prices of those stocks now, they are very high. And what that means is that investors that had invested in those stocks have been reaping as we speak, because in terms of price appreciation, it has appreciated. And in terms of dividend, it's been able to give good dividends to investors. And in terms of bonus, they have also gotten sizable bonus issue given to them since the inception of the stocks in the market.
Okay, thank you so much. Now, this is the festive season, and we know that many businesses are going to be carrying out some form of expenses, just the way private individuals are also carrying out expenses. But let's look at, in this festive season, what are the kind of commodities that you have business enterprises, engage when it comes to spendings, and how does this impact their market performance?
For this festive season, naturally, the food and beverages subsector are places where there will be demand. The demand will be so high, yes, because it's a festive period. And of course, what that means is that the prices of such stocks in the market space will be fluctuating both up and down. To mean that there will be some who want to buy it at no matter the price, which may be high, and some will want to buy it at low price. What that then means is that there will be more sales for such companies in terms of their product, in terms of their products that is available. For instance, let's take the drink industry, that is the beverage industry. Naturally, it's a period where people buy gifts like the beverages and the soft drinks and what have you, yes, as a gift to people, hampers and what have you. And so the price of that stock is likely going to be going up because there's more patronage and they will be producing above their usual production. I recall there was a year, in fact, that was what attracted me more to the market. There was a year I needed money during the Unitide period. And I just remembered I had some stock. So I jumped into it and sold some of those stocks, and I was comfortable. And I was able to celebrate very well. And ever since then, what I've been doing is, at every period such as this, I make sure I have something like a stock that I can sell so that I can make money to better my life, to better my lot, and to be able to enjoy myself. Of course, there are some who keep such stocks, not because of the Unitide, but because they needed to pay their children's fee. After the Unitide, children are back to school, and they've got to pay their school fees and what have you. And so some use such occasion to sell some of those stocks so that they can meet up their needs at that material time. So it's a better time for any investors to take advantage of. And of course, like I will always say also, is the fact that Nigeria, every capital market is a long-term market, not a short-term market. Yeah. Even though we have the short-term and the medium-term end of the market, but basically, it is a long-term market. And like I always say again, it's a capitalistic market. Whether you are buying few quantity or high quantity, it's a capitalistic market in the sense that you determine the price you want to sell your stock at every given time. Of course, for you to be able to determine that price, you must be able to have the stock available. And when you have the stock available, the price may be up or may be down. When you have it in abundance, it is expected that the price will be down. When you have just a sizable number or units, which is highly demanded, that means that you'll be selling it high. For instance, if you have, let's say, 100 units of Dangote that we are talking about now, yes, if you have 100 units of it, and then there is a rush, there's a need for that Dangote stock, it automatically will shoot up the price. And that means that you who have just 100 units, you'll be selling above your expectation. Because if you had bought the stock, let's assume you brought it at 100 naira, and and in the market it's being demanded for about 100 above, that is 100 naira above, or 120 or something. It means you are making gain, not because that is the price, but because the demand is there, but the supply is low. So it shoots up the price. But when there is availability, when the supply outweighs the demand, prices are likely going to come down. And so for any investor at that time, it depends on what you are looking at, whether you want to sell at that time or you want to keep it. If you are keeping it, it then means that you really don't have need for cash at the time you are keeping it. But if you are selling it, it means you have need for cash. That's why you are selling. And of course, the market, the capital market, is a ready-made alternative means of people meeting their needs against every other alternative.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Kennedy. Now, before we go on a brief break, I want to ask you, what are the common mistakes that markets make or companies make at this Yuletide period? The reason why I'm asking is that you've given out a very, very good nugget that fast moving consumer goods are what we, prospective investors, should be looking at this time of the Christmas season. But what are those mistakes that enterprises make in seasons like this?
All right. The mistakes that some companies make under this condition is they don't look at, some of them don't look at the situation at hand. For instance, if you are into, let's say you are into soft drinks and you do not understand the terrain, the environment you are working in, you may be tempted to feel that there's a need for your product. Of course, you know you have to know the percentage of those who have need of your product for you to be able to produce it either in large quantity or to reduce the quantity you have been producing. Because, for instance, if you are selling, let me not mention the drink. Let's say you are selling you are producing a soft drink.
Yes.
And you know we have all manners of soft drinks available. So people have choices. And in the choices that people have, they still put into consideration the quality of that product. And so if your product has quality and it maintains the quality, naturally, people will tend to go for it. And that means that you may be forced to produce above what you are producing in the period when it was low. What I mean by when it was low is when there's usually a downturn and an upturn for every businesses. So in the period of downturn, you are producing at your capacity. At the period of upturn, when there's this high demand for it, you will have to be producing above what you are producing. And when you are doing that, it then means that you are making more money to yourself. But in doing that, you must have the knowledge that this product is in high demand for you to do that. If it's not in high demand, if you overproduce, believing that it will be purchased at that time, you may be taking a wrong step, and you may be doing yourself, because by the time you produce above what you've been producing and it's not consumed or purchased, it then means that you have you now stockpiled it, and then you won't have enough to continue in your operation. And for you to continue in business, you must have what I can call the shock absorber of that business. If you don't have the shock absorber of that business, it will be difficult for you to maintain the level at which you are, or it will get you to reduce the standard or the level that you intend to get to. So the simple mistake really is funding. You need to be very you must be a company that, or organization that know how to manage its resources and put it to the best use, so that even when there is no sales, you already know that you have some shocks behind. That is, you can still continue to produce without you necessarily going to borrowing. Because when you borrow naturally, you are borrowing at an interest. So some companies, they will tell you they hardly borrow to produce. Not because they cannot borrow, but because they have put into perspective their expenses and the income that they will be generating from the expenses that they will be incurring. So it gives them the balancing for them to be able to say, oh, if we produce 100,000 items and we are able to sell the whole 100,000 items, it then means that the money we have, we can still plow it back into some other thing. But if you produce 1,000 items and what is being sold is just 20,000, what happens to the remaining 80,000?
Deficit.
Because if you cannot sell it, it then means that it is in stock. You are keeping them. And of course, as time goes on, it will be depreciating. And when it depreciates, it means you are losing. So in order for you not to lose, both in terms of the funding and in terms of the productivity, then you must be able to know how you spend and what you produce and whether what you are producing is in high demand or not. It's very key and it's very important for companies to know when they have to produce above, to meet the demands at every particular time.
Thank you so much. I like what you said, most especially with the last MPR meeting where we have the Central Bank of Nigeria MPR committee sitting, and they left the MPR rate at still 27.0. I think it is a quite advantage and advisory or very good initiative for companies to be very, very watchful in the way they borrow. Now, we're going to go on a break. And when we return, we are going to take the conversation, before we leave, we're going to take the conversation to personal finances and the investments that people individually should engage on. This is the Christmas special. We're still having a conversation with Kende Adiaga, who is a business consultant, a business analyst, and an entrepreneur. We'll be back in a moment. Do stay with us. Welcome back, many thanks for joining us on the program. It's the Christmas special, reaching you from our studios at SOUQ News Television. I'm Oyinpriye Krumale. Once again, I'm still having a conversation with Kende Adiaga, who has spent some time in the Nigerian stock market as a trader and also a business analyst, an entrepreneur, and he's been giving us some nuggets concerning the Christmas Day special. Welcome once again to the program, Kende Adiaga.
Thank you very much.
You're very much welcome. Now, how would your analysis be about Nigerians, most especially at this Yuletide season? Do you think their purchasing power, when you look at it from the beginning of the year 2025 to the end of the year 2025, do you think the Nigerian, the average Lagosian, his purchasing power has increased? Has it diminished? Where exactly would you place it?
Well, the purchasing power of an average Nigerian, if I may say, under this condition, has diminished. The reason why I feel or I think it has diminished is because what you buy, I'm now using the year before and this year as a case study. What you used to buy for let's say 500 naira last year, today is about 1,500 naira. And so what that means is that for you to buy the same item, you must be having a 1,500 naira to purchase the same item you bought at 500 naira last year. But that is not to say that you have not also gained or appreciated in another aspect of the money, of the economy. For instance, the moment Nigeria rebased, we saw a drop, an appreciation in the exchange rate, meaning that when we rebased, Nigerian currency appreciated to some extent. Before now, Nigeria currency was exchanging for $1. That is, it was exchanging between 1,800 naira to 2,000 for $1. But now, the exchange rate has gone down to between 1,470 naira, 475 naira to $1, depending on which market you are assessing it. Naturally, I wouldn't want to promote the parallel market, because promoting the parallel market will mean that we support the parallel market. No, the market that we should be looking at should be the official market, where there is a record and where we can put it together to know whether we are progressing or retrogressing.
Okay.
But of course, like you said, whether an average Nigeria is progressing or retrogressing, it means that what you could use your money to purchase at a certain time to now may not be the same. Of course, prices of goods have come down now, but you cannot compare it with the prices of the same goods around last year.
Yes.
This time last year, the prices of rice, food item was up above what an ordinary Nigerian could purchase or buy. But today, the prices of food had gone down. I understand that the price of a bag of rice of 50 kg had come down from 100,000 before now to about 65 to 75,000 naira. So what that means is that there is an appreciation in that regard. And some other food items too, the prices have gone down. But remember that for every unitary period, possibilities are always there that prices of goods will be high. Why? Because everybody wants to buy. And it is not all the companies that are producing those items that are in existence as we speak now. Some are shut down. To mean that if let's say 10 companies are operating before now and they are producing at maximum and they could meet up the demands of the people, for now, because it has shut down to maybe 5 now operating, it means that the demand is high and the price of such goods will also go up, because for the companies to meet up the needs and the demands of the people, they must produce above. And if they are producing above, it means they are having addition to the cost of production. And so as they are adding addition to the cost of their production, is the same way that the price of goods will be going up. Meaning that then means that somebody who probably may be planning to buy, say, a crate of drink, mineral, and a chicken and what have you, may not be able to afford such thing now, because the price will be out of the person's reach.
Okay.
But that is not to say that what the person has, he cannot buy it. It's a case of the needs. What is the important needs that you want? Some may say, okay, I prefer to get a chicken than to buy soft drink. Some will say, I can afford to get the two. Of course, if you can afford to get the two, it then means that you are not looking at the cost or the price of what you bought it the previous year to now. So what you are looking at is satisfying yourself. So in satisfying yourself, you are not looking at cost. What you are just looking at is to satisfy yourself. Now, if I have to buy an item that I know that the price will be up and I cannot afford it, I will be looking for an alternative. except if there are no alternative, then I can now then say, all right, let me add from from my reserves, so to say. Because if you want to celebrate, you must have some reserves. The reserves that I mean...
Do Nigerians have reserves? I mean, Lagosians reserves?
You always have something addition to whatever thing you have. If I have 10,000 naira now to maybe I budgeted 10,000 naira for the Christmas, and of course the prices of things that I want to buy have gone beyond that 10,000. It means I either cut on what I want, or I take from the reserves I have to add so that I can meet up my needs.
Okay, Mr. Kende, let me jump in here. Let me jump in here. I like to call your attention to something before moving forward to answer a few other questions before we round up in the program. Now, recently, as we speak, the dirty December, there's a complaint around it. In fact, the FCCPC has been saying they are going to take the aviation, the airlines they're having a conversation with them about the increase, the astronomical increase in airfare. And it's maybe the dirty December is not going to be as dirty as it should be, or the way businesses have anticipated. The prices of food, like you said, had gone up. Is it that these businesses, they are not putting into consideration the purchasing power of the people in the society? Even when they do that, they just don't care. They just take advantage of the peak period to increase the price astronomically. And this is having a devastating influence or consequence, not only on the people who should go to the market to buy, but even those who think they are going to make gains during the Yuletide season are not making gains, and the buyers are not coming forth. How can we rectify this mismatch, this anomaly?
All right. I think what is affecting or what is causing all this is as a result of this insecurity. You know, for every production, if you are secured, you are sure of producing at your best. But when the security is not there, for instance, you talked about the aviation. The airfare increases that we experience, it's not because the aviation fuel has gone up. It is simply because people no longer go by road. They want to go by air for safety because of the kidnappings and killings here and there on the road. So they want to be safe and they want to go by air. In you wanting to go by air, you don't have the means. There's no way the airline will want to bring down their price because they already know that there's an influx into that industry, that space, whereby people at all costs want to travel by air. It is natural for any business owner. Anybody who is in business is in business to make money, to make profit. And so, even though I do not agree with the airline operators that they must increase their fare, what I see there is because they saw that there is high demand. And in economics, it has always been said that the higher the price, the higher the demand, the lower the price. Or I think it's the higher the
demand. I think it's about the higher the demand, the higher the price. The lower the demand. Yes.
So because the demand is high, they have to increase the price. It's happening in the capital market too, where if a stock is not readily available and people want to buy, what happens to that is that it will increase. The price will increase because there are so many people who are interested in buying such an item. And so, because the demand is there and the production is low, it is natural that the price will go up. So, that is what we see happening in the airspace. And of course, it also affects the food pricing and livelihood, so to say.
Yes.
For instance, it's not every year a landlord repair or put in place anything in his or her house, but every year they increase the rent rates. Why? It is simply because there are people who want to rent and there is a shortage of that space. So what they do is to take advantage of those who are willing to get it at all costs. And that is what is happening. So what is happening right now is because people want to travel outside where they are to either to their villages, to their hometown or whatever, to spend the Yuletide, and they want to do it as a matter of a must. Otherwise, for instance, for me now, it's not a must I travel. Where I am, I should be able to say I am comfortable to spend the Yuletide with my family and I'm okay.
Yes.
But if I now make it a compulsory thing that I must travel to my village, and because the road is not safe, I needed to go by air, I must be ready to bear the consequences, which is what is happening. So,
I see.
But that is not to say that it's a good thing.
All right.
As Nigerians, I think we both the producers, the sellers, and what have you, must also put into consideration that they are also Nigerians and they needed to do something to help others. Great. I heard on social media where somebody was complaining about the airfare, and I was asking myself, how many people can afford the airfare? So those who could afford it are the ones who are patronizing them. Those who cannot afford it, if they know they cannot go by road because of their safety, they would rather stay back. And for God's sake, all these things is not something that is a must. Because we have so taken some things to be a must in this country. And that is the reason why some people are taking advantage of us. When you want to buy Gary, for instance, you see a Gary seller telling you that the price of Naira has fallen or this and that. They will
price of dollar.
I mean, what has Gary production that is locally produced got to do with dollar? But again, if you look at it, in terms of transportation, that is when they want to transport it to the interland, it then means that they have to consider the price of fuel that they are carrying those things. Again, there are so many roadblocks, bottlenecks on the road where, for instance, a farmer is bringing his produce into the town. And before he gets to the town, he has met with maybe 10, 20 roadblocks where they are demanding something from him.
Great.
And of course, as he pay, he transfers the price on the buyer. Who
to the final consumer.
Yes, who probably will be fuming because the price is high. And of course, who do you blame? Would you blame the seller? You can't blame the seller because he also is incurring some kind of cost on the production. So to make a margin. And that's the reason why we find ourselves in this situation. But
Mr. Kendi Adiaga, sorry to butt in here. So as we round up, I just need you to answer this question as we round up. Now, you have mentioned it and you made reference to it while you were addressing it. In spite of the increase in prices and commodities of goods, you name it, from variety of goods and all of that, there seemed to be overspending from individuals in the month of December. And most people do not put January into consideration. From someone cracked a joke and like, January is like 35 days or it's like 2 months joined in one. And because most people have overspent their budget or they've spent beyond their budget in the month of December, January becomes a very, very arduous and long period of time. So what sort of advice do you have for Nigerians who will be Nigerians Lagosians who are spending this month of December, and what should they think? How should they put something aside for the month of January 2026? So we are looking beyond 2025 now, and how we should start 2026, not only as consumers, but also as potential investors.
All right. What I will say, first and foremost, is that I think under the situation and under the current circumstances that we find ourselves, people don't need to advise you on how to spend, on how to save. If you have to get to that level where people have to advise you on how to spend or how to save, it then means that you have not learned anything from the beginning of this year to this period. The reason being that we have all seen or witnessed whereby prices of goods and commodities have gone up beyond the reach of anybody, whether rich or poor. Certain things have gone beyond their reach. For instance, people may be saying, oh, it's only the poor that is affected. Even the rich are affected. Reason, a rich man who buys a bottle of wine before now, say 5,000 naira, and now he has to buy the same bottle of wine that has not changed in terms of quality, in terms of quality, production, and what have you, and is buying that same wine to about 20,000 or 30,000 naira. Would you say that has not affected his purse? It does, because ordinarily the 5,000 he used in buying it, and he's now using 30,000 to buy one bottle, he would have used that same 30,000 before now to buy about 4 bottles or 5 bottles, which will have satisfied him more. So right now, nobody needs to be told or be educated on anything. The only education that anyone needs now is to say, oh, spend wisely. In spending wisely, it means that you cannot spend everything that you have. You must put into consideration the future, whereby you need to save. And in saving, it means the best way to save is to go to the market, buy a stock that at least, even after you have spent whatever thing you intended to spend for the Unity period, for the Christmas or what have you festival, next year, when you are starting next year, you know you already have something that you can hold on to, that you can readily sell and get what you want. By indirectly saying that if you invest in the market, you are sure of getting something to fall back to in the nearest future, the next year. But if you are the type that will spend everything, it then means that you have a shock without being told. You have something that you can get to get you back to line. But my advice to everybody, to every Nigerian is, let us be wise in our spending. Let us caution ourselves in what we buy, in what we consume, because you cannot. It's like you have 10 naira and you are buying something of 20 naira. It's not wise. If you must buy something of 20 naira, you must already have at least 40 naira. 40 naira, you can buy 20 naira and keep 10 naira in investment, so that when next you want to buy something worth of 20 naira, that investment will take you there. Otherwise, you just be what our parents call penny wise, something. I can't get it now.
Okay.
Pounds.
Penny wise, pound foolish.
Exactly. Penny wise, pounds foolish. Thank you. So, and I don't think anybody needs that now. Even somebody who is not educated, the moment you tell him, you give him 10 naira and tell him, go and spend it all, he will tell you, tomorrow. The reason why the person is telling you tomorrow is because he knows that you who gave him that 10 naira, he may not be able to see you to give him the 10 naira the next day. So he will use his brain to say, okay, this person has given me 10 naira, I didn't work for it. Let me spend 5 naira and then keep 5 naira. In the event that I don't get somebody to give me the same 10 naira tomorrow, this 5 naira can help me to start something. To spend, so that at least I won't be aloof. That is my advice.
Thank you so much, Kende Adiaga, for your time with us. He said it's not the time for us to be advising Nigerians how to save money or how to think about the future. Those are not my words. Those are the words of Kende Adiaga. And it's been a wonderful moment with you of this Christmas special on SOUQ News Television. Thank you so much for your time with us today, Kende Adiaga.
It's my pleasure. Thank you very much for having me.
You're very much welcome. Kende Adiaga is a seasoned businessman with extensive experience in Nigeria's capital market. He is known for his expertise in investment advisory, market analysis, and wealth creation strategies. And he has worked closely with individuals and businesses to navigate market cycles and build a long-term financial value. Kende Adiaga, thank you once again for your time on the special, Christmas special on SOUQ News Television. It's been a wonderful moment having this conversation with you. And for you Nigerians out there, whilst you enjoy yourself in the euphoria of Christmas, be mindful of how you spend. January, they say, is quite a long month. Coming live from SOUQ News Television, I am Oyi Priye Krumale. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV on this Christmas season. Good day to you. Many thanks for watching.
The Yuletide season is here, filled with colors, energy, and the familiar bustle that signals the close of another year.
It's that time of the year when people get busy, market gets more sales, and everyone just wants to close the year strong.
For many, December brings excitement, but for others, a quiet pressure to tick boxes left untouched since January.
In the race to finish well, many people often push beyond limits, forgetting that peace is also an accomplishment.
Some get agitated, anxious, or desperate to prove something before the calendar slips.
But the truth is, no achievement is worth your safety, your finance, and your peace of mind.
Your journey is valid, even if everything didn't go as planned this year.
Celebrate your progress, protect yourself, and move wisely through the seasons, temptations, and rush.
Let December be a month of gratitude, intentions, and clarity, not fear or unnecessary pressure.
Step into the Yuletide, heed this clarion call. With calmness, wisdom, and joy we ride. Staying alive is the greatest achievement of all.
All of us at SOUQ News TV, welcome to the Christmas season, a time of reflection and gratitude. Stay safe and remain grateful.
It's tranquil, friendliness, and affordable travel options. Beyond the lake, Malawi is making investments in sustainable development and agriculture, especially in the areas of sugar, tea, and tobacco, which support their traditional exports and encourage diversification into other crops like macadamia and legumes. Malawi is moving more and more towards
Yes, it is the Christmas Eve edition of Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. Dano, we say welcome and hello to you. Welcome to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. Once again, here we'll break down trends, spotlight opportunities, and tell the African stories differently. And, you know, in a continent shaped by oral tradition, visual media has become the modern village square, breaking literacy barriers, amplifying local languages, and turning culture into a powerful learning tool. Beyond entertainment, this shift is redefining language learning and cultural pride. When stories are told in familiar voices and local tongues, learning becomes instinctive, memory becomes stronger, and culture stays alive. I am Omevi Idolor, and I'm not doing this alone. I have my favorite person with me in the studio.
Without lying, yeah. I can see the excitement in your face. Tomorrow's Christmas, I'm really excited.
Oh, yeah.
that we are getting to see when we, prepare to eat and marry together. But then again, let's not forget the reason for the season.
Yeah.
Importantly. But hello, Lagos, hello, Nigeria, hello, Africa. We're here again to discuss how we can better the continent. And we're looking at it from a very, very interesting conversation. The problem that we had on Monday with Ryan, when she was talking about, telling stories of books and how you can get kids to start to read. And that's the interesting part for me. You can start reading to babies in their wombs and you start to learn your voice. I was like, okay, I don't think that we did practice. That was. No, but it was a good takeaway. And then to now have this conversation again, but from a different perspective, right? We we're looking at how to use films and animations. Not films per se that are used to like Nollywood, Gollywood, and like they're talking about cartoons, animations, to tell stories in forms that even kids can relate. And then we had a very, very, very good person. Let me just put that right, because Emily just said in there, I want to come. I want to have this conversation with you because a lot of these kind of stories need to be told. Yeah. And then when he shared some of his works with me, I was like, so how come a lot of us are not thinking this way? Because truly, Africa is blessed with a lot of talent. We just need to find a way to harness it, use it for greater good, and we can conquer a lot. We can change mindset. We can build people to become what we want them to see on the continent, to build the continent to be better. I was watching some of his things and he was talking about the SDGs. You see, he's going to talk about SDGs and get kids to embrace it and be part of it. Like, oh, wow, this is a great show. And I need to bring somebody like this to come here and have that conversation with us.
Yeah, you know, Just Africa is not just a show where we do the norms. Yeah, we don't just stick to culture. We don't just stick to tradition. We do everything concerning development. So when we see people who are skilled at a particular thing, not necessarily craft or handwork, we ensure that, yes, they come on this platform to come and express themselves, because it is very important. Children are learning, and if we want to have a better Africa, if we want to stop these brain drains, if we want to stop this Jackpot syndrome, it starts from now. You understand? So someone with that kind of mind who understands the power of cartoons. Of course, cartoons are not just for children.
I love watching cartoons. I don't know. I still watch cartoons.
Every adult that is young at heart is always interested in cartoons. I watch more of animations than normal movies or adult movies, human movies rather, because there is a whole lot of stories, a whole lot of morals that are packed into some of these animations. Just that these days, certain things are not just right. But that you can't rule it away that you are able to gather children together. Now, we don't have a village square anymore. There is nobody in Lagos that want to sit under a tree and start. So our new village square is our TV. So what do you bring to TV for you to pass message to children? Of course, it is things like this.
You know, in the last couple of days, I mean, even our viewers will acknowledge that we've had very brilliant people come on the show. I mean, we had Sarah Yusuf come and then talk to us about understanding that people learn differently, right? And then we had Rayo come and tell us about using books to talk to kids, let them know. And then we've had people come, like someone like Sammy Sage, come and say, okay, you want to use poems, you know, they're using the spoken words to pass your message as well. And then now we're looking at animations as well to do the same thing. The thing is, there are so many avenues that you can learn. If that is your goal. And you know, children will learn at a different pace. Some want to learn by reading the book. Some want to learn by watching movies. Some want to learn by listening to nursery rhymes or songs. Some want to learn by you just talking to them. And then the fact that these avenues are available, it also opens the children's mind or the young people's mind to possibilities. And it means you cannot miss out on anything at all. Like, even if you want to help these children in one form, this one does not work, you try this other one. This one doesn't work, you try options.
Of course, there are so many options. So today we explore how visual storytelling is not just changing African media, but shaping how the next generation sees, speaks, and understand the world. This is Just Africa once again. We'll go on this quick break, and when we return, you'll be meeting our amazing guest who will take us through this conversation. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Egypt is a living museum where the past and present come together in a remarkable dance, and it is more than simply a nation. Egypt, which is well known around the world for its pyramids, pharaohs, and the magnificent Nile. It's still transforming its rich historical legacy into a vital source of economic expansion and pride in the country. Egypt is a vibrant African country that is leveraging its historical heritage, tourism, the Suez Canal, agriculture, and a growing digital economy to drive its future. Let's start with tourism, which continues to be Egypt's most valuable economic driver. Egypt is home to more than 1/3 of the world's antiquities, and Cairo, Luxor, Aswan, and Alexandria welcome millions of visitors each year. Beyond its aesthetic value, the Great Pyramids of Giza, the Valley of Kings, and the soon-to-open Grand Egyptian Museum serve as economic hubs that support employment, foreign exchange, and Egypt's place on the world cultural map. Egypt has recovered quickly despite international disturbances like the COVID-19 epidemic, with current tourism receipts surpassing $13 billion. However, as visitors all at history, international trade passes via Egypt's Suez Canal, one of the most important sea lanes in the world. The canal is a vital bypass for international commerce, connecting the Mediterranean Sea to the Red Sea across a distance of 193 kilometers. Suez Canal tolls brings in billions of dollars for Egypt each year, more than $9 billion in 2023 alone, making the canal more than simply a historical site. It is a vital component of international trade. The Suez Canal Economic Zone, a center for commerce, logistics, and industry, was likewise fueled by the canal. Agriculture comes next, especially near the Nile. Important products including wheat, rice, cotton, and dates are grown in the lush Nile Valley and Delta. Citrus fruits, particularly oranges, which are highly sought after in Europe and the Middle East, are among Egypt's biggest exports worldwide. Innovations in irrigation and climate-smart farming are growing, and agriculture still contributes to national food security and rural lives. Infrastructure and energy are also changing quickly. By exporting liquefied natural gas to Europe and other countries, Egypt has established itself as a new energy center in Africa and the Mediterranean. This change includes the Zohr gas field, one of the biggest in the Mediterranean. In addition, Egypt is developing smart cities, high-speed rail, and new administrative capitals, while investing in solar energy through initiatives like the Bendon Solar Park, Africa's largest. Not to be overlooked is Egypt's creative economy. The film industry in Cairo is sometimes referred to as the Hollywood of the Arab world, and pop culture in North Africa and the Middle East has long been influenced by the Egyptian literature, music, and television. Young Egyptian creatives are already establishing new industries, such as tech companies and fashion. Thanks to the growth of social media and digital storytelling, Egypt has geopolitical weight due to the advantageous location at the intersection of Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. Its position as a continental power is further supported by its participation in peacekeeping missions, commercial agreements such as COMESCA and the African Continental Free Commercial Area, AFCFTA, and regional diplomacy. However, the way Egypt skillfully combines innovation with tradition is what really makes it stand out. It is one of the few African countries where a more than 5,000-year-old civilization still shapes its economy and reputation outside. Egypt continues to leverage its history to forge a strong and aspirational future, whether it's a software entrepreneur in Cairo, or a relic in a museum, or a ship across the Suez. This is Just Africa, and I am Chike Okolo.
Welcome back to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. Please do to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV and subscribe to the Just Africa show on your YouTube channel. And of course, we'll take some of your comments during the live show. So today, We are talking about visual storytelling and cultural impact, transforming media and language learning in Africa. And our guest is Jimmy Ojikutu. I hope I pronounced that well. He brings nearly a decade of expertise in film, animation, motion graphics, and content creation, blending creativity and strategy to deliver visually compelling stories that resonate across audiences. He is also the director and producer at Jingla Nation, founder of Very Easy Learning, an innovative platform promoting Nigerian languages through interactive and entertaining visual content. He has led the production of TV commercials, documentaries, corporate films, and digital content, demonstrating how storytelling can influence perception, engagement, and cultural impact. By making language learning accessible, enjoyable, and culturally relevant, he is redefining how Africans connect with their heritage while leveraging modern technology. So you see, we were not just blowing anybody's trumpet. Jimmy is who he says he is. Hello, Jimmy. Welcome to the show.
Hello. Glad to be here.
Yeah. How's getting to the studio?
It was smooth.
Smooth.
Yeah.
Yes, it's good.
Lagos is thinning out. Holiday season, so I guess the traffic is a bit
eased up.
Yeah, maybe till in the evening, anyways. Okay. All right. Let's have this conversation. Languages, animation. You are helping to promote the African language and making people to understand what it is. Now, how are you doing this? Helping everyone, or Africans generally, to expand the importance of our traditions?
Well, I mean, very easy languages. We want people to be able to connect, especially Nigerians in the diaspora and even Nigerians here, to connect with their local languages, you know, because our local languages is one thing that we're gradually losing. You know, you have kids that don't know how to speak their local languages. But yeah, with content, you can make our local languages cool. So that's what we're trying to do. We're using animation, and even with learning generally, we want to use content to drive language learning, to drive education. You know, we talk about getting education to the unlearned. So we believe content is a way to connect with these people, you know, have them learn in their local languages, learn concepts of science, learn history, learn all of that. And then also for people that might not find education interesting or fun, you know, want to make learning fun. You know, learning is fun.
Yeah, learning is fun.
Especially depending on how it's
exactly.
Yes.
I don't know if I want to jump, but you already started that process of turning learning into fun. Do children really see it that way, that yes, doing this, learning this is fun for me?
I mean, yeah. I mean, for example, when we're growing up, there are certain things that we learned with music and rhymes, and those things seem to stick
better.
You know, they stick better, because sometimes you might even be able to remember those rhymes now. So that's what learning. Some people learn visually. Some people learn with music. Like you can teach you can teach science, what's it called, mathematics, the arts, languages, with fun content. That way, I mean, even social studies, you know, financial learning, all of those things, all these concepts can be taught with animations, music, fun, you know, the concept of climate change. So with animation, with music and all of that, the kids get to understand it. They see characters, they see people dancing, they see people moving. And with music, they get to, they have fun, but they are already learning what they need to learn. Wow.
You didn't even lie, because the truth is, many of us don't even remember the months that have 30 days and the ones that have 31 until we sing the song. 30 days in September.
You sing it in your head.
Yes, have 31. That's true. Well, this particular one has 30 and 31. But if you're mixing film, animation, storytelling, cartoons, and all, where did it start for you, and why did you go into it?
Well, I've been in production But I mean, if I'd say where it started, you know, people say it started when I was from my mother's, not really from my mother. Yeah, but when I was, I mean, much younger, I would usually draw comics. Okay. Yeah, so I used to do comics as my dad was an artist. Oh. So okay. Yeah. So I don't know whether I think maybe.
No, you did.
Genes.
No, you did. You did.
So draw comics, write stories. You know, I write the stories and then draw the comics and all of that, and get, you know, do the whole comics. Get my friends in school to read it. Okay. You know, at some point they were even buying it. But I mean, professionally, after I finished school, I worked in finance for a bit. But yeah, production was calling me, so I worked with some media houses, worked in advertising and all of that. And then I founded Jingla Nation, which allows me to create my own path. And since then, we've created some fun animation content. We have an original character, a Nigerian superhero, Bros Jamiu. Something for the SDG in Lagos.
Yes,
to help people connect with the sustainable development goals like climate change, gender equality, you know, with fun characters, you know. And this way, some of these concepts stick. And then I've been doing commercials, documentaries and all that. And basically that's the path
Yes, I love the fact that you're not just sticking to the entertainment part of the cartoon. You are bringing in very deep knowledge when it comes to SDG, the climate change, gender equality, and the likes. These are things that children don't really have very deep understanding about. But I know that with cartoon, yes, they understand. But the question is this, you know, when it comes to this kind of topics, I don't know how children would want to show interest in it. Because I don't know, is it widely accepted? That should even be the question.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. A lot of kids spend a lot of their time on social media nowadays, on YouTube. I mean, you have kids just scrolling through YouTube shorts. Most of the content they consume would be online. And I think, content generally is consumed more online now than through traditional formats like TV and all of that. Okay. And children are not left out. So I think the best way to reach kids is through those platforms. And kids can, although with parental guidance, because kids can go all in when it comes to visual content. Because I think when kids are growing up, they're still trying to understand their world. So they get a lot of learning from visuals, what they see, the cartoons, the music they listen to, the content they consume.
Now,
it's easy for kids
this content right now, are they in our local languages or they're in English, purely English?
Well, for the SDG, it was in English because that was the goal. Okay. You know, but we have contents that we're doing for local languages as well. Basically, because when we started, it was very easy to learn languages, but we believed I wanted to take a holistic approach to it and have language learning, but also have general learning, you know, so that it's a wholesome development, you know, and then get kids to learn about even history, African history, you know, where we're coming from, because to form a positive identity, you know, because especially as Africans, we need to have a positive identity, and that we're also very passionate about that, having kids know about the amazing people from Africa, the amazing places in Africa, the kings, the kingdoms, you know, the Benin, Oyo, the CBD, you know, and all of that. So it's basically learning, but beyond languages, we also go into other areas of learning.
Have you been able to track or measure the impact that this avenue that you're using has made in the lives of maybe kids or their parents, or like great feedback from this your approach that you used to storytelling?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like for the SDG videos, for example, and it got like thousands of views and lots of positive feedback. I think it also got an award regarding sustainable development outside Nigeria, you know. And then for the language learning, we've been approached by a lot of people in the diaspora, you know, trying to
because we want their kids to also relate with that.
Absolutely. So we're trying to see what works best. Currently, we're developing for YouTube, and we're also looking at maybe creating a mobile app. So we've been getting a lot of positive feedback. We've been approached by a lot of people because it's something that's very interesting to them, you know, especially Nigerians in the diaspora.
When you started, was all you're seeing now what you anticipated?
Well, I mean, when we started, I knew that definitely it's something that'll keep growing. You know, because content is, some people say content is king. So whatever agenda you want to push, whatever idea you want to push, content is a great way to push it. And then if we want to push positive ideas, a positive agenda to the next generation, it's a great way to start using content. For example, a parent in the diaspora had a discussion with the kid where I think she came to ask him about slavery, you know, and all of that. I don't want to go deep into that because that's not, you know, so I told him that, okay, why not educate your kid about the concept of who we are in the first place? You know, let that be her worldview. So I sent some of our content to, and then that's the beginning of a positive conversation that a father can have with a child. Okay, you were from here, you know, you had kings, you had queens, unlike the idea that had been pushed before that certain parts of Africa didn't have these. You know, we had places of learning back then. We had vast kingdoms that we had people that traveled, you know, far across Africa and beyond Africa. So, I mean, it's our own history, for example, have a lot of content ideas, you know, even people, places, how the cultures and all of that, the languages, it's expansive. We're starting and growing gradually, but it's expansive, and it will only get wider and bigger.
Yeah. So
so we definitely saw. And then we've not even gotten to where we wanted to be.
Okay. So brands and businesses, because obviously one of the things that has been a key fundamental for your storytelling, I mean, able to tell stories around these things that people need to know about. How can brands and businesses leverage off that, like things like storytelling? How can you help them?
Well, I mean, storytelling is a very powerful tool. I mean, I wouldn't want to mention a brand but I think a certain food brand used it to capture a whole generation, and I think other brands can use it as well.
Okay.
By, I mean, what I see is as immersive brand connections, where you're telling stories of a people, you know, without generally advertising directly to them. You know, so that's a great way that brands can connect with their audience, especially through animation. Brands that work with kids, and even brands that have a wider reach, regardless of the age.
Or the age range, okay.
Yeah, you can come from an approach of storytelling. I mean, even now, globally, there's a new wave of short-form content. That's growing really fast.
Yes.
You know, as fast as the big studios, you know, and then they're wondering, what's going on here? So that's a way brands can, and then can collaborate with production companies to create content that really connects to the hearts of their audience.
Okay. So right now, I love the fact that there are positive feedbacks, but there are some challenges that you encountered, or that you are still encountering, and many other cartoonists or animation. What's the name? What's the right terminology for
animators?
Animators. Okay. There are challenges you face in creating this, because this is unique. So, what are those challenges, and how do you overcome them?
Well, I mean, the challenge, there are different challenges, challenges in capacity, like the bigger the project you're working on, the more people you need to work on those projects. And then as a production company or as an animation company, you want to create, original content. You have what you're doing for brands. Okay, you create this for brands and all of that. But there are also what you do for that you create as an original content, and that's how the Marvels and all of that started. So we want to tell stories that are unique to us here, and at some point you need a level of financing to tell it at a scale that works. To be able to take it from your little locality to a wider audience, to a global audience, you need finance, you need to have more animators to work with, and pretty much.
Okay.
So, capacity, so we need more animators, we need more finance, more support from easy access to finance to be able to work on bigger projects, and more support for the industry, basically. You have some of the animation industries in other countries, for example, they have a certain level of support from the government and all of that. So government needs to take it, because it's also an opportunity to employ a lot of people. You can have animation projects with hundreds of animators working on it, so it's a great way to create job opportunities for people.
Okay, so I have seen some of your work being displayed on the screen. Yes, and they look beautiful, unique, I must say, because I love cartoon. I'm very young at heart, so I love cartoon, and I have watched some Nigerian African productions, and I lose interest, maybe from the way everything was created. But there's this movie that I loved so much. It's all, of course, it is Nigerian animation and very beautiful. Then, of course, I can talk about Iyanu. Iyanu is another beautiful one that is out there now that children are loving. Now, this is it. Why did I say that? Myself and my younger ones, when we watch some cartoon, Nigerian made, we feel like, this thing is not interesting. It's not fine enough. What do you think is missing in those kind of cartoon, those animation? Not what I saw on the screen right now. That is not grabbing the attention
or interest,
or people's interest. That is not holding us compared to when we watch foreign cartoons or animation and we are glued to the screen. What's missing?
Well, I think it's there are a lot of angles to it.
Okay.
For example, there's storytelling perspective, where does it make? I think most producers, animation producers, will ask themselves, would it make sense to develop your own concept and grow it when you're not sure of the distribution path? You understand? So would it take, how much would it take? How many animators do you need to work with? Can you access the finance to produce animation at a certain level? And then when you are able to create it, what's your distribution network? Is it going to go to the cinema? Are cinemas, would that be a viable way to recoup your investment back?
Yes.
So you're talking finance, you're talking investment, you're talking of human capital and all of that. Would you have the finance to maybe develop a story for a couple of months? Because the animation process is long and tedious, you know. You do your you develop the story, then you what's it called? You start developing the animatics, how the animation will look like, character design, you know, the voicing, and then you start the animation process, which is long as well. So it can take you several months to probably years to develop maybe a feature-length animation. You know, maybe if you invest in a movie, you can get that out in a couple of months, you know, especially from this part of the world. So you ask yourself, okay, what's the viable form of content I want to invest in? So these are all the angles you're looking at. Finance, I want to get writers to come together for a couple of months to develop a story that can really connect with people and develop this animation. Do I get how do I access the finance to get animators from coming together? You know, animators too. Do they want to maybe work for a studio, or do they want to work on a project, a film project, for a certain period of time, knowing that they're focusing on that project for months, meaning that the producer has to create the finance structure to accommodate those animators for a couple of months to get that project out. So these are all the challenges, and that's why we talked about government, financing, you know, and the skill part, the human capital.
Okay, so run us through very easy learning, right? I wanted to ask, are you a teacher? Because it's very easy learning. You get to teach, or it's just the concept behind it? And then first off, is it are your target audience the children directly, or to schools or educational institutions that use very easy learning as a foundation?
Yeah, for very easy learning, I actually studied education technology in school, but I didn't think I was going to even go that path, because I've always wanted to tell stories, animation, film, and all of that.
So you never had a way to know very easy.
So somehow, I saw content as a solution to drive education. So it sort of works out. So for very easy learning, for example, we're focusing on creating content to, you know, we want to be able to get kids to access it through their parents, definitely. When we're promoting, we target their parents, because it's their parents that would give them access to content on YouTube, for example. And we're also looking at collaborations. We have a partner that we've been working with that is building like Wi-Fi infrastructure, for example. When you're talking about schooling the unschooled, maybe in rural areas where there's no internet access. But now, if we can have the internet access provided, but I won't want to talk about the details of how, because that's the companies. But it's a solution that's very possible, and then we can plug into that infrastructure to.
Because I was going to ask, did you notice a gap in the educational system before you had
there's a gap to the unschooled and all of that, you know.
That was what this was created
people
for?
that are, and the schooled, you know, even kids that, like a product we're developing after school, AI-driven learning assistant, for example, where kids can get home and then ask difficult questions. That they don't understand in school.
And it will come as an app?
That's coming as an app. So that can then explain these concepts in a fun, interesting way. Because I remember myself too, I had to, while going to school, whatever subject or I was being taught, I had to recreate it in a fun, interesting way for myself, so that I can assimilate it. Like for physics, for example, acceleration, velocity, and all of that. And then I imagine a car moving at so imagine kids seeing that the car moving, when you accelerate, the tires are turning at a decreased speed over time, and that's presented as an animation. They grab the concept already.
Better. Are you a science student?
Yes, I was.
Because now you're doing more of arts related now.
You said you love storytelling.
I was a science student in secondary school. you know, and then science in the university as well. That's because, you know, then it was like, okay, art is your talent, you know, you don't need to always have it, just go to science, okay, you're a bit brilliant, so go out. Yeah, I mean, that was the misconception then, and that's why even now you need, maybe at the school level, counselors that can really understand what a child's needs are. You know, you're artistic, okay, start developing it. Because sometimes you just realize that you go a certain path for long and then you have to come back again to your passion. So that's what happens.
So you said something earlier because, you know, I knew I was going to take you back here later. That some of the animations are done in a dialect. Yoruba precisely, right?
Yoruba, I mean, whichever language.
Whichever language.
Yeah.
Now, so I want to take it back. You said we are gradually losing our language because at home we now speak English to our children instead of speaking our dialect. Now, you make animations or using our dialect. A child who doesn't understand a Yoruba, for instance, the Yoruba language, for instance, and is not watching the cartoon that is Yoruba made. How would a child be able to learn or understand what is being said apart from the videos?
Yeah, so it's a gradual process. I mean, the approach now is teaching them. So, I mean, the teaching has to be English, then English teaching in Yoruba. Like, apple is this, you know. This word is, you get what I'm saying?
Okay.
So it's a combination of English teaching Yoruba. I mean, that's how, if you're learning French, for example, it will be taught in English.
Yeah.
So if English is a central language, then you can then teach non-Yoruba speaking people, non-Igbo speaking people, those languages through English, with English being the conduit.
Okay.
But then, on the flip side, you can then teach people that maybe speak only a local language. And that's when you want to create like, that's for literacy programs, for example, things that can be in partnership with the government and NGOs, where you want to teach people in a small town in Ondo or in Abia or in Sokoto that mainly speak their local languages, concepts of science, concepts of space, concepts of, what's it called, chemistry, biology, how the body works, how a car works, and you want them to assimilate it quickly and easily. Then you can use local languages to teach these concepts to them. So it's a two-way thing, meaning that literacy can be democratized regardless of language. Everybody can get literate. You know, a kid in Sokoto, a kid in Adamawa, a kid in Oshun that might not even be fluent in English can understand finance, savings, can understand physics, can understand science if it's being taught in their local languages.
Wow.
But for people that don't understand their local languages,
Yeah.
you can use English to teach them these languages with content.
What's your take on this whole evolution into the use of AI, right? Because I hear a lot of, for example, employers say, oh, this thing has made people a lot lazy. But from what you do, you see it's an added advantage because I'm probably giving you more options. I wanted to know where you stand. I mean, we understand that the continent is not so technological driven, right? Here in Africa, we're still trying to catch up. But how do you see the introduction of artificial intelligence into our curriculum as well?
Well, I mean, it's a technology that has come to stay, and it could be a tool that can be used to make work faster, and that's how I see it. So rather than maybe look at the negative sides, because it's not going anywhere, we can see how we can use it to make work better. To make learning, for example, easier, to help with research, to help with putting ideas together, to use it as a tool for development. So rather than frown against it, even for animation processes, you want to do your storyboard before the actual animation, you can do that faster and you can write your stories faster, for example, because you can then create your character Bible faster. You can get ideas, put it together, do your research faster, and all that. Your character design, you can do it faster, compare, research, you know. So AI is we should just see it as a tool that can be used to make work faster. It will make work faster over time. On the long run, it might make certain jobs redundant, but I think at the moment, I think over time, job roles and all of that have evolved with time. You know, you had the industrial era where most prominent jobs were manufacturing jobs, people that work in factories and all of that. And then the tech era now that you have programmers and all of that. So there'll be new kinds of jobs. Certain jobs will evolve as well. There'll be people, voiceover artists, for example. There'll be animators. And then because of AI, there'll be voiceover artists that train AI. There'll be animators that train AI. Will AI get to the level of the people training those AI? At some point, maybe.
Perhaps.
Yeah. But then would it be now a case where we don't even need those people anymore? I think it would be more like a collaboration where those people can get tools and where maybe people can create certain kinds of content in the content space, for example, at a lower price point, so we can churn out more content. But there will also still be the demand for good human content. Yeah, there will still be the demand for a good human voiceover artist because AI still can get certain inflections and and you just know that, okay, this thing sounds a bit...
So it's a case of that this is technology to be embraced and to be feared?
Well, it will be feared just like every societal advancement or every technology before it, but it will also be embraced. So you can choose to embrace it or fear it, but I think it will be better to embrace it.
You know, for me, yes, you know, some of those things he mentioned, like you would not get some of those human emotions and elements in it. Like when you use AI to try to create the pidgin English, you don't feel it. You don't feel it. I don't feel it. I don't know. But I love hearing Africans when we talk and we hear our O in that accent of that O. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, because it works with data, so
it's a whole lot. But right now we'll go on this quick break, and when we return, we will still be having this robust conversation with Jimmy. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines, from breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemWash Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
Daddy.
Yes, Lola.
I want to be an astronaut when I grow up. I'll go into space and see the stars.
But you wanted to be a doctor yesterday.
I changed my mind. Today, I now want to be an astronaut.
Listen, Lola. You can be anything you want to be. I mean, the first female astronaut from Nigeria.
Yes! But Ike says women can't be astronauts.
He is wrong. Women have become astronauts all over the world.
Can women become anything they want to be?
Sadly, not all the time.
Why, Daddy?
I'll tell you a story of how a young girl came from a little village to become a CEO in Lagos. Alima was going to be given off in marriage at a very young age. Her parents were very poor, so they saw it as a way to escape poverty. But Halima refused. She had dreams of her own and she wanted to finish school. One of her aunts convinced her parents to allow Halima come with her to Lagos to finish her schooling. Halima moved to Lagos and she became the top of her class. She went to the university and graduated with a first class. She then got a job at a private firm, but she realized even though she was excellent at work, a lot of the men around her were promoted before her, and it happened again and again. She didn't like that she was not given a fair chance because she was a woman, so she left the job and started her own company, a tech company where she is the CEO, and she gives both males and females an equal opportunity to thrive.
I want to be like Halima.
You can, Lola. And that is the reason why one of the Sustainable Development Goals is gender equality. Lagos State has taken steps to make laws that give equal rights to women and also created training programs and funds to empower women. There are lots of women who have become leaders in their field. True ambassadors for gender equality, Odunayo Eweniyi is the founder of a tech company, Bigivest, and she's the founder, CEO.
Wow!
And there are women like Nneka Onyali Ikpe, Yemisi Edun, and Miriam Olusoya, who are CEOs of big banks in Lagos. And others like Funke Okweke of Main One and Ola Orekunrin of Flying Doctors.
I changed my mind, Dad.
Again?
I want to be a CEO.
Listen, my girl. You can be whatever you want to be in life.
Thank you, Daddy.
I love you, my girl.
Daddy, do you think all the sustainable development goals can be achieved?
Yes,
If we all come together and partner, then we can achieve them.
You always told me that there was strength in numbers.
Yes, and that 2 heads are better than 1. And that is why the Sustainable Development Goals number 17 is partnerships, because everyone knows that we can only achieve the goals if we come together.
Come together? Dear world presidents, my father has taught me about all 17 sustainable development goals, and I've also learned that Lagos State is doing so much to achieve the goals. I have also been doing what I can. I planted a tree, helped in cleaning up my environment, and many other things. I think Sustainable Development Goal 17 is a good goal so that everyone in the world can come together and help some countries who don't have so much. My father tells me I should be kind to others. If every country is kind to other countries, then every country will meet the Sustainable Development Goals and become a better place. I would like to grow up in a better world where all the Sustainable Development Goals are achieved. And I would like all the world presidents to partner so we can all have a better world. Sincerely, Lola. Daddy!
Yes, Lola.
I wrote a letter to all the presidents of the world so they can partner in meeting the Sustainable Development Goals.
You never cease to amaze me, you know.
Can they get it?
It is laudable to do. I will try to get it to some of my friends in the Lagos State Sustainable Development Goals and Investment Office. But I tell you one thing. Lagos has been partnering with both local and international organizations, private sector businesses, NGOs, and passionate people like you in getting needed resources, sharing knowledge, providing data, and promoting innovation, providing an enabling environment to achieve these goals. Lagos State also started the Lagos State Volunteer Corps, where volunteers can join in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals through volunteer programs, participating in tree planting, cleaning the environment, and so many other activities. And the Lagos SDGs Youth Alliance, connecting youths in the state to work towards achieving sustainable development goals through partnerships and collaboration. Guess what?
What, Daddy?
Your mom is back.
Lola, my darling, I've missed you.
I've missed you too, Mom.
Sweetheart, hope your studies went well.
It did. Thank you, my darling. I love you for letting me do this.
I love you too. By the way,
Welcome back to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. You can follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV and subscribe to the Just Africa YouTube channel at the Just Africa Show. Yes, we'll be having this conversation about storytelling and, of course, we're talking about languages and animation, cartoon with Jimmy, and he's still in the studio with us. Thank you very much for staying here.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, so... Okay, how do you measure impact when it comes to storytelling, animation? How do you measure that, yes, this story right now, this cartoon has impacted someone?
Well, when it comes to impact, it's, what would we will call it that? I mean, when we're measuring impact, we would say it could be like a ripple effect. So if we've impacted one person, it's fantastic. And then that would make us impact 2, and then 4, and then 8, and then 500,000, 100,000. And over time, it can impact a whole generation. And that's the power of content and the power of animation. One person shares it to another person.
Okay.
Parents allow the kids to have access to local content, which we need more of it. I think recently there were discussions about creating local animated content. We are working on that. We've been creating a certain character. We've created several contents, and it is even about a local superhero, Jami. And from there, we've had kids buy the T-shirts, or parents buy the T-shirts for their kids. Even adults have won, because they want, a Nigerian superhero. This superhero looks like me. We know Superman, we know Batman, but he's Jami. He stays in Surulere, he stays in Mushin, he stays in Lagos. Things that people can relate with. He eats amala at the local canteen. So characters like that people can connect with. So we need more of that. We're doing our own little bit, and we want to be able to do more over time. But impact is from one kid, telling that, when we do maybe exhibitions at fashion pop-ups with the local heroes on the T-shirt, the kids say, I want that T-shirt, I want that T-shirt. Or someone telling us, this person shared the content with them, and that we know that, it had gone round full circle, and then people saying, we can't wait for the movie. Most places we show the film. There's most festivals that we show the animated content. But when is the feature film coming out? When is the feature film coming out? Because they see, the 3-minute shot, they see the 5-minute shot. They want a whole feature film. And hopefully we'll be able to get that out to them. So that's how we feel the impact, and that's how we measure impact.
Okay, so from what we saw during the break, we've seen that you've partnered with the Lagos State government, which is a beautiful thing. Are you planning on partnering with... Okay, first of all, how did you get to partner with Lagos State SDG?
It was actually an agency that, that partnered with Lagos State government. And then we were the animators. We wanted to tell the story to connect kids to the SDGs, because there's actually several SDGs that are being carried out and are making impact that people would not. Sometimes you have to point people in the right direction. For example, keeping the environment cleaner is a sustainable development goal. Gender equality, making kids know that a female can also aspire to president, can be a lawyer, and then pointing them that these are females that are doing very well in their fields. The SDG of kicking poverty, what they've been doing in that area. So that's the power of storytelling, really. And with animation, it makes young people understand some of these concepts. Climate change, what you have to do, to prevent climate change. Not burning certain materials. Not the use of generators and car fumes and all of that. So it's about people being educated on things they can do individually, and then collectively we can make a change. And that's what content does. It will reach every individual, and then you might not come out and say, everybody must do this. But when they see a certain content that says, clean environment, do this, or you can aspire to this, you can be this, you can do this. And gradually, when every individual goes through a change, then collectively the society changes as well. So it's a good approach that government can even use to connect to the citizens.
I love the cartoons, even though at some point I was asking, even if I was not hearing the sound, I was seeing just the pictures, I could still get messages from it. How do you balance being a creative and then running a business? Because it's always, I always hear that thing like, as a creative, you need a free hand so that you can get ideas. And then, but with business, you always have to be hands-on. If not, it's going to run down. How do you get to balance both?
So it's a creative business. And in every type of business, you look for opportunities and monetize the opportunity.
Okay.
So it's either you're offering a service where, we do this, we're into production, do animation, and then clients come to pay for those services. And then you're also thinking of creating products, right? Original content, for example, what we're doing with Breast Jamming, which gets people interested in the character, and then through that, people then get to buy the T-shirts, which is the product. So Breast Jamming itself is a product. So you see an opportunity of merchandising through that. But then we have to create the character, get people interested in it, to then get people interested in the product and merchandising. So that's how we creatives. Sometimes we make the mistake of just thinking creatively in creating their creative work.
At this point,
I guess so they probably have to think of thinking creatively with creating opportunities for their creative work. So that's where creative business comes in.
Okay. All right. So you've talked about, what did you say? Jamming?
Jamming.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now you've talked about it. We've seen the one with Lagos State and the likes. But on what platform can parents access it and play it for the children? Because YouTube. I would love to play it anytime, any day. It's beautiful. It's something that I would want to watch. And it's something I would want kids around me to watch. So on what platform, how can they have access to this beautiful work?
Okay, for the Lagos State Lagos SDG Invest, Lagos State SDG Invest.
Okay.
I think the animated content is there. For Breast Jamming, you can get it on, there's an Instagram page, Breast Jamming, at Breast Jamming. Yeah, you'll see all the content. So there's interesting content being posted regularly there. And you can see the T-shirts, you can see the animated content. For very easy learning, there's very easy learning on YouTube. We have what you call Happy Kids Learn.
Okay.
So it's Happy Kids Afrique. So Happy Kids Learn. So we're creating content. French. Yeah, we're creating content in that as well. Getting kids to learn about African countries, getting kids to learn about climate change and clean energy through music, sing-along music and all of that. So we're creating all of these platforms, which we're using YouTube mostly for now, Instagram to create, but we're looking to evolve into other platforms. We want to be at the cinema, want to...
I look
We've done festivals mostly for most of our animated content. We've done animated music videos as well, because it's a form of expression too. I know Brother Shaggy approached us to do a music video with animation at some point. And so we're also trying to sell that. Animation is also a cool way to create content.
Send messages as well. I'm a particular about educational institutions marrying into this idea, because again, we have all agreed that children, the universe learn differently. Humans learn differently. And this is an avenue for us to tap into. But it's looking like it is not there yet. A lot of people have not still embraced it. I don't know because of the cost, right? But what else could be the reason why we have not fully embraced it as also an avenue to learn?
Well, I mean, for the education institutions, I think they have their curriculum.
Yeah.
So it's either we can create, that's why, for example, the approach would be for us to create and then people to them to show it to their
kids.
But it might be too expensive for each institution, for example, to create content specific to them.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's something government can then create, for example, at that level, and then institutions can have access to it.
Okay.
So that's one approach, But some of these things, it has to, we've been trying to pitch stuff, but it has to come from a very high level, or it can come from private sector as well, where we have the content, kids can have access to it after school, for example, where the kids go to school, they learn, you know. But sometimes you have kids that don't understand what they've learned.
Yes.
And you have kids that you want to improve.
Yes, constantly be with them, yes.
So it's left for us to create content. So is it going to be free? Is it going to be monetized? And that's several edtech platforms have been trying to tweak it in Nigeria. The edtech area is another discussion entirely how it's a challenge getting to monetize edtech platforms, you know, and how there are different kinds, you know, where you have some that are catering to the people that want to upskill, maybe learn tech. I think those are like the most successful ones. Okay. And then, you know, and then you have the ones that are targeted towards children. So those are, still driven by passion, but still evolving in that, okay, after parents have paid for school fees and all of that, how much will they pay for additional content? Some will pay for extra lesson teachers and all of that. Yeah, but when they look at it, okay, maybe after subscribing to this movie streaming platform or this, okay, let me subscribe to one for my kid as well. So that way, more edtech platforms can come up, and then we can create solutions that would work for local solutions, you know, create content that would work for our own learning needs. Explain certain concepts with things that kids can see around them.
Yeah. Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay, so we've talked, or rather, most times we see animation, cartoon, and the rest, storytelling, as just the content or creativeness, this or that. We're not talking about the lucrative part of it. Yeah. How lucrative is animation, being a cartoonist? The money.
It's something you want to encourage
very important. How is the business? Is it profitable for people to go in there and say, yes, there is money in this thing?
Well, the creative industry, I think it can be thrown open to the whole creative. So most people are driven by passion but you know, you have to, based on your environment, you have to think of it as a business as well. While in other countries, maybe you can be a studio that will just focus on producing your own original content. Like anime studios will just create their anime, and then that would sustain the business, the animation business. But as we see for most production or most creative companies in Nigeria, it has to be augmented with the service as well. Like, okay, you're offering animation services to companies, to brands, you're still doing advertising, production, and all of that. But it would be awesome to have a great way to distribute original animation content. And so it's growing. The animation industry is growing. I'm sure you don't see as much animation in the cinema, for example. And as you know, but there's collaborations with animation studios. Recently, we also did an opening title for a movie at the cinema. Grandpa Must Obey. It's at the cinema.
Grandpa
Must Obey.
Yeah. So it's like about kids and all of that. So I mean, the opening title was animated. The closing title was animated. So these are collaborations that are forming gradually. So, and then some animation titles are in development as well. We're also working towards one. So maybe in the next few years, you'll see more feature-length animation films in the cinema that can take feature-length Nigerian animation films made in Nigeria. You know, because you have some Nigerian stories. You mentioned Iyanu and all of that, which was more of a collaboration with studios outside Nigeria. The Disney's, Iyanu, and all of that. So for studios in Nigeria, gradually we'll get to the point where we have our animation shown in the cinemas. Though we have some that are shown, you know, but we need people to embrace it more so that
it
can
will
grow
be more regular.
Yeah.
And then we can expand
I know you did mention that it's capital intensive, right, to run something like this. How can young creators position themselves to the point where investors can capitalize and help them grow?
Just create something different, create something unique. We have people that have created stuff and it just goes viral, and even in the area of AI, for example, AI gives everyone the opportunity to create something at least. So if you have an idea, and before you are able to, so it's also, we're talking about AI and how you can use it to research. So it can also be like a test. You can use it to test certain concepts. So do like a test content, and then measure the reaction, the impact, and then you can say, okay, this has garnered this interest. So let's get the feature length project rolling. Let's get the full project rolling.
And somebody might just come and invest.
Yeah, so just create posts, try and be visible in what you're doing. So I mean, in the creative field, that's where we have social media now. We can post, we can share what we're creating. We don't have to create in a box. We have to open up to the world, and then maybe the world will open up to us.
Okay, so looking at other young people, some youth that are out there that are just about coming into the industry. If you have 5 words to tell someone who is coming into the industry right now, new, what would you tell them?
Learn, be creative, think ideas, be unique, and don't be afraid. I think this is, that last part is very important.
Don't be afraid. What does that mean?
Meaning that at the moment, it's not the creative industry is not it offers great opportunities, right? But it's something you have to be bold and be passionate about. So you don't create one and because it doesn't work out, you give up.
Yeah.
So if you create one and it doesn't work, create another. Don't be afraid to keep exploring. Don't be afraid to keep creating. Don't be afraid of step backs. Create. The world is waiting for you. And it's getting bigger and more exciting. Especially animation, it's a growing industry. More people are coming in, and we need more people to come in. We need more animators.
With the number of people coming in, do you think the government, through the Nigeria Video and Film Censors Board and any other body that is associated with the creative industry, do you think they are doing enough promoting our Nigeria animation content?
Well, I don't think it's the government is doing enough.
Okay.
And then I think it boils. Although there's been the creation of certain funds, but we need more to be created. We need more specific, for example, for animation. It can always get better. The funding pool can get bigger because it has the opportunity. It's to create millions of jobs. With the right financing and with the right structure. So they can always do more. The private sector can also do more. Investors can invest in the creative industry, apart from the government. Private sector can definitely, because if we create a robust industry, it would be beneficial to the young people who are the next generation. So both government and then private sector should come into it, and let's create something amazing, because it's a good export that you can take, just like our music and then the film. Animation is a great way to export our culture, because there's certain stories that you can tell with animation that it might be a bit difficult to tell with film. You can go 1,000 years ago and create certain characters that existed then, tell our history from 100 years ago
with animation, and then it's a good export to take to other parts of the world. Yeah.
It is. I totally agree with that.
I appreciate the fact that you've been able to break this down and you've seen the opportunities that exist in it. I just hope that a lot of young people, especially young people, well, I'm not saying the old ones may not relate, but more young people are seeing that opportunities exist here, not just for them to be able to creative and show how creative they are. There's also a business opportunity that is lying there waiting. You just showed us that there's an ecosystem that is not filled yet, right? And there are so many people who are out there creating content who need to upscale. So if they, of course, listen to this conversation, I'm sure they're going to be seeing some other opportunities that they need to explore so that they can also get better in whatever it is they're doing.
And of course, Just Africa is a very good platform to showcase this kind of content.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we need more of this, and of course, we can partner with you.
Yeah,
absolutely.
That's why I'm here.
Exactly. That's why you're here. So if you're not creating, you're not doing cartoon, you're not doing any of that, what do you do? How do you spend your leisure time?
I watch movies, I watch animation.
If I'm not creating I'm going to say that I eat.
I mean, everybody eats. I definitely eat, go out, maybe relaxing places.
Yes, what's the plan for Christmas? Christmas is tomorrow. How do you see, what's preparation? How are you doing? When are we?
Maybe with family. Pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah, family. I believe it's going to be just a cool, maybe lunch, dinner with family.
Can you wish your fans, your family, Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year?
Merry Christmas, everyone. I wish you Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And we're looking forward to an exciting 2026.
Yes, we are looking forward to it. Thank you very much for coming on the show. Yeah. We are really, really happy for your beautiful insights and for bringing a new light that, yes, Africans can tell our story ourselves. Yeah. We don't really need outsiders to come tell our own story because they will not tell it the way we would. Yeah. So thank you once again for coming. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And I hope when I'll call you next time, you're not going to decline.
Absolutely. I'll be here.
Yes. Thank you so much. All right, Amulo.
I've learned that animation is not only entertainment anymore. You can use it to educate, you can use it to preserve culture, improve language learning, or learning generally. And I like the fact that, again, I'm emphasizing it, that we've seen the opportunities out there that are still laying dormant that we need to explore. A lot of us need to. We can't even have enough, just like he said. Yeah. There are so many spaces that need to be filled. There are illustrators, there are animators, and we can just create this strong ecosystem and then stand out and make the continent also look like it's something that we can harness. And when he was talking about telling stories from way back when, you can't get those people again, but you can create, animations that can still tell these stories and continue to live their legacies. I mean, it's a fantastic one that we need to explore.
Yes, and a very big thank you to you, dear viewers, for staying tuned and for learning about animation, cartoons, storytelling, of course, the African languages. Yes, thank you once again from SOUQ News Television, and we are wishing you a Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year. We are not closing because we will still be here tomorrow to have the Christmas edition of Just Africa. I am Omevi Idolo. You can follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV and subscribe to the Just Africa show on the YouTube channel at Just Africa. Thank you once again for joining us. Stay with us and see you tomorrow.
Yes, Lola.
I want to be an astronaut when I grow up. I'll go into space and see the stars.